Good morning. Good morning. How are you guys doing? And happy Wednesday. I'm gonna get the Barty stop. Let me get the clock pulled up because they have been the jury is deliberating, so I have been keeping track. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all of the mods. I see Lexi too pretty working already. Good morning, and did I see memberships? Yes, thank you, Alice. Starting the morning off with 5 gifted millionaire male memberships. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, y'all. I feel like I'm on trial. I woke up. I woke up and I said, but first of all, let me say something. I went to my closet and I said, I really could have gone really big shoulder today. I really could have. But the outfit was like more of a fuchsia pink than pink. And I was like, I don't want to get on here. And then they're like, that's not pink, it's fuchsia. Like Benny tried to do that lady with her salmon. Okay. So I didn't do that. I said, I'm gonna go soft pink. I'm gonna go soft pink today. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get him a little shoulder, just a little bit, okay? But please believe I could have, I could have gone big shoulder, okay? Just know I could have gone big shoulder if I wanted to. I just wanted to make sure my pink was acceptable today, okay? That's it. That's it, okay? Good morning, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. I love you, Kaylin. Kaylin, before I do my roll call, so many of you guys are like, I follow you guys, so I see your content. Kaylin really liked my sister. We just never met in person before, but I've been knowing her brother for years. Didn't know that was her brother, but she did this video yesterday, and it was just about talking to your kids and actually having conversations with your children versus just saying, do what I say. I said what I said. And I thought that was such a great video because that's the type of parent I am. A lot of people don't understand that about me, especially with their youngest child of mine, okay? Especially with the youngest child of mine. He and I do a lot of back and forth, okay? And some people don't understand that. But Kaylin, I thought that was such a great topic. And I just love seeing you sprout as a creator. I just had to say that. I had to say that, Kaylin. So keep going with your videos. They're really, really cute. And she does lifestyle content. I'm trying to get there. So I look at your content for ideas. I'm going to get there. But good morning, Rita. Hey, T. Good morning, Kaylin. Hey, Emmy. Good morning, Emmy. Emmy said, "Good morning, Mel and everyone. I've got a feeling we'll get a verdict today." I hope your feeling's correct. I just woke up today with no expectations. I woke up today like, damn, we're in day 4 deliberations. Last time it took 5 days. I'm expecting to go 5 or 6. So no expectations today, unless I see a reputable news source say we have a verdict. I'm just going to assume we don't have one. But yeah, good morning, Missy. Good morning. I hope your new job is going well, Missy. Hey, Kiana. Hey, Natasha. Good morning, Miss Cherie. Hey, Jasmine. Good morning, Haley. How are you? Good morning, Miss Carol. How are you? Hey, give me just a second because I think my phone is stuck. Okay, there we go. Hey, Cece. Good morning, Mika P. How are you this morning? Hey, Summer. Hey, Jazz. Good morning, Vitra. Hey, Alicia C. Good morning. Good morning, Purple Queen. Hey, Shameen. Good morning. Hey, Patricia. Hey, Destin. Good morning, Miss Davis. Good morning, Brianna. She said, happy verdict day. I hope this is a verdict day. Good morning, Sugar. Hey, Sherika. Hey, T.L. Goldie. Hey, Destiny. Good morning, India. India said, we better have a verdict today. I hope so. Y'all don't know why my glasses are fogging up right now, so I'm sorry. I got to stop because that's a little annoying. Good morning. Hey, Kiana. Hey, Kogan. How are you? Good morning, Forrest. He said today. Okay, Forrest. I don't know, y'all. I don't really know how to feel today. Good morning, Miss Mika. Hey, Shay. Good morning, Crystal. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Davia. Hey, Karen. Good morning, Emily. Hey, how are you this morning? Hey, Sundrop. Good morning. Give me just a second. Good morning, Karina. Hey, Krona. Krona, I told Mariah this yesterday. Krona said, hello, my fellow tramp stampers. And only the tramp stampers, okay? Good morning, Tracy. Good morning, y'all. Let me check real quick before I say this because I just saw one of your messages that made me remember. Y'all, I'm almost at 10,000. I checked yesterday. I think I am 9,700. I need to get the exact number. I'm almost there. I don't know. I need to do something over the weekend to try to get it by the weekend, but I'm at 9709. I'm almost there. Tell your friends, tell your family, girl. Mariah's friend's brother was over here, child. He's 13. I said, you have YouTube? He said, yeah. I said, can you go subscribe to my page, please? Okay. Don't be surprised if y'all see me on 285 with a sign saying subscribe to Millionaire Mail. Don't say nothing. Just hunk your horn and keep on going, okay? Honk your horn and keep on going. Good morning, Jeek. How are you? Hey, Brianna. Good morning. Hey, Kira. Hey, Mel. How are you? And good morning, Alice. Thank you again for those gifted memberships. I appreciate it. Good morning, Crystal. Good morning, Campbell. How are you? Hey, Melanie Sims. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Shay. Good morning, Kimberly. Hey, Phoenix. How are you this morning? Good morning, Existence. Good morning, Marina. Hey, Lexi. Thank you so much for all that you do. Lexi always posts on X for me. Thank you, Lexi. I appreciate that so much. Lexi is like a supporter of a lot of channels. Lexi, I don't know how you spread yourself so thin, girl, but we appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, give me just a moment. Good morning, EBB. Hey, Shataka. Hey, Candy. How are you? Hey, Shalant. Hey, Kiara. Why do I have Kiara Renee? Like, I try to put pictures with names. I know we have multiple Kiaras, but I just feel like I haven't seen your name in a minute. I don't know. I could be wrong. Good morning, Amanda. Good morning. Hey, Ty. Hey, Erica. Good morning, Stephanie. Hey, Nisha. Good morning, Hebrewess. How are you? Hey, Stephanie. How are you doing today? Good morning, Cheryl. Hey, Kay. Kay, do you think we're getting a verdict today? Hey, Jazz. Y'all have on a dress today, Tracy. Today, I have on a dress. Good morning, Ronnie. How are you? We need to start tracking these shoulder sizes. Krona, I have a shirt. It's black, though. Child, the shoulders are so big on. I got this shirt from New York and Company a couple of years ago, and the shoulders are huge on it. Okay, I mean they like out here, but it's so cute. I love the shirt. I wonder if I have a picture in it. I have to see if I have a picture, and it's a size bigger than I normally wear, so I don't wear it often. Hey, Sanity, how are you? Good morning. Hey, Miss Virgo. Hey, Sharita. Good morning, Shanika. Thank you, Dan. Hey, Amanda. Good morning, Tasha. Good morning. Hey, Day. Good morning. Good morning, Caitlin. Good morning, Ebony. Hey, Beach. I don't know if I spoke to you already, but I want to make sure I don't miss anyone. Thank you, Stephanie. Good morning. Good morning. Is this Terrace Trow Baby? Oh, I like that name, friend. Good morning, Carter's mom. Carter, I say it again. Today I have on a dress, and I'm happy to report it's a size 6, and I was able to get in it. But baby, when I tell you this dress hugging me so tight. Y'all know one of my weight loss goals was to get into a size 6, but after being able to get into the 6, I think my new goal is a 4. My new goals are 4. I do like my dresses kind of fitted. I'm going to do some baggy dresses, but most of these dresses are fitted dresses, and I can get into the 6. I can't breathe, barely, but I think my new goal is the 4. Hey, Kaylane. Good morning, Shani. Good morning. So y'all don't have to worry. I have on a dress today, okay? Okay? She said, I can't go into this black holiday thinking about this white woman. I should have read that whole thing first. I really do hope we have a verdict today. I really do. Hey, Kellen, how are you? Hey, Tiffany. Let me see. I should be good. I should be towards. Good morning, Beth. Hey, Mikhail. Mikhail, you in here early today. It's early. Hey, Annette, how are you? She said, no rage commenting today. Happy birthday, Daphne. Happy birthday. I hope you have an amazing day. Good morning, Shelly. Y'all, I don't know what to think. Let me just put the verdict clock up. Yeah, my glasses are really killing me because what's going on today? I'm gonna put the verdict clock on. I've been watching court TV because I just like hearing them talk.
Yesterday. And Vinny, speaking of course, everybody wants to read the tea leaves with that question when the jury said, what if we were to say, for example, we find her guilty of count.
Okay, so we have them up. We're 16 hours. Remember, the last trial was about 26 hours. This jury seems like they have a verdict. It looks like they're stuck on the OUI. And I hope there is someone back there that just will say, listen, this is reasonable doubt. This is the definition of reasonable doubt. And I hope they come to a decision today. Good morning, Maggie. Hey, Megan. Hey, Thelonious. How are you? Hey, Black Sheep. How are you today? Ronnie, thank you so much for the super chat, Ronnie. She said, I'm on time. I've been missing Mail Talk for weeks. Hey, Ronnie. Good morning. Give me Ronnie. Well, you know, over here, Mail Talk is throughout the whole live, okay? If you are not over here on a consistent basis, I know sometimes you may think this lady is off her rocker, okay? I happen to have ADHD, and clearly half of my chat does too, because they partake in all of the foolishness, okay? But we listen and we don't judge over here. We come over here, we have a good time. It's a very relaxed environment, okay? Good morning, Jaleesa. Jaleesa, I'm going to tell you the truth, y'all. I'm all messed up on the good mornings because I hit something and my screen went down. I don't even see Ronnie's super chat in the actual chat. They have a separate place where we can see them, and that's how I know she sent the super chat. Oh, my. Now, Summer. See. Hey, Ken. I need to know, Ken, and I've been wanting to ask this too. All things Ken. Are you an esthetician? Can you tell me if I'm connecting the two pages together? You have a son. You just said you moved. Can you tell me if I'm connecting the pages? Because that's a question I've been wanting to ask. I've been wanting to ask that question because I'm not sure. Y'all, this chat must be going by fast, okay? This chat has to be going fast. Oh no, Niara. I don't even know what Niara said, but I see them giving you condolences. I am sending my love to you too. Y'all, my chat is kind of messed up on this side. Good morning, Gabrielle. It's not on purpose, y'all. I did something with the comments, and like they're coming by really fast. I don't know what the mods have this chat on, but y'all, it's coming by fast for me. But Niara, I hope you know that we are praying for you guys. Definitely sending you love. Man, when I do say my prayers, I do my best to just pray for this community because I do feel so connected to you all. And it seems here lately, we have been having a lot of people who have lost family members. And I know how that can be. So I'm always just praying for you guys, your mental health and your families, because it's tough. It's tough. She said, don't blame the mods because you touching stuff. It feels like it's so many comments coming. And it's only 290 of us in here. Hold up, Black Sheep. Let me go. I'll just scroll up. Who said we judge? No, we don't. Hey, little panda. Y'all, please don't blame me this morning. Hey, Simply Style. Good morning. I hope you've been holding up well, friend. Good morning. I'm going back up. I see now Niara lost her grandmother. Sending you love, Niara. I can finally see her message. I apologize, y'all. And Daphne, I hope you have a great birthday. Daphne says thank you to everyone for the birthday wishes. I'm scrolling back up now. Verdict, Forrest says, verdict has to come today. Tomorrow's a federal holiday, no court, and Bev will just say, you've been working hard, jury. Why don't you take Friday off too? Damn it, Forrest, I shouldn't have read that because you're absolutely correct. Good morning. Hello, awesome. I hope you have a great day today. Good morning, Tiffany. I'm trying to see. I just lost myself again. I do see Jaleesa's good morning now. Okay, y'all, here we go. Let me scroll back. Hopefully I can catch everything now in the chat. Black Sheep, I did not see your comment, friend. I see La Pandas. Waquita. Is it Waquita? I hope I said that right. Or is it Jaquita? You've probably told me this before because I feel like I've had this issue before. Hey, Kaylane. So make sure I said that right. Yeah, I don't know. Hold up. Let me scroll up some. This is a little annoying. It's so small because it's so many comments. Good morning, Keisha. Yeah, so many comments. Y'all just don't believe. I think we're all overly stimulated. Okay. Good morning, Nikki. How are you? Forrest said he's not in denim today. He needs to go home to be close to the voodoo dolls. Okay. No, Chrono, because we've been in Verdi Watch. I mean, we can now if you guys want to. Mikhail talking about I love it here. Why? Who knows why? Mikhail, how's the baby? How many months is your wife now? How many months? Yeah, tell us how many months your wife is. I feel like she should be like 3. It was messy. But now I really want to know what you said. Can you send me a private chat so I don't miss it? Send it to me. Shani, let's learn how to do that right now. If Miss J can do it, because Miss J had one, I know I could do it. Uh-oh. Okay. Girl, it's too many steps, child. Shani, maybe y'all could come on and we could do a practice one. Cause what? And Shani, I know you didn't just send me what I just pulled up. I know you didn't send me what I just pulled up, and I'm looking at it like. Black Black Sheep. Now, first of all, if it were the anniversary Sunday, the sleeves would have to be bigger. Okay. This is giving Women's Day. Maybe there's an install of a new pastor, something like that. But anniversary, oh baby, the sleeves have to absolutely give. Okay. Mew, where you been, friend? Where have you been? Hold on. Oh, Karen looks goddamn good today, baby. Hold up. Karen looks good. Okay. Hold up, y'all. I hate. Hold on just a second. Y'all, I have a group chat. When I tell y'all I hate when I get behind on my, don't y'all hate when you get behind on a group chat? Ugh. Y'all, look at the dad. Look, that's why I love him. Do y'all see that? He said, Mel, we are 11 weeks and 5 days. Mikhail, I just know you get up and make store runs in the middle of the night. I just know it. I just know it. I feel it. That's why we love you over here. I just know it. Maybe the MC for choir day, something like that, right? Listen, my church anniversary outfit, baby, would make Mariah cry. Do you hear me? Listen. He said my mom was a first lady and said anniversary Sunday, honey, everything she had on could reach heaven. Baby, my grandmother, I grew up in a very religious family. I had like 3 uncles who pastored some pretty well-known churches in Memphis. Well, they were well-known in Memphis. My grandmother was a pastor. My grandfather pastored one of the biggest churches in Coldwater, Mississippi. So, baby, when people talk about going to 3 and 4 services, I know all about that. Hey, Nene. Hey, good morning, JT. And my mother was a minister as well. My father was a pastor. So when I tell you, this weird relationship I have with church right now is crazy considering how I grew up. But hey, here we are. I just saw Brandis. Thank you so much for becoming a new member. We appreciate it over here. Thank you guys so much for supporting this channel. Y'all sit through all of my rambling. Somebody said yesterday, Mel, your intrusive thoughts, they win sometimes. They win a lot over here. And y'all don't judge me for it. I appreciate it. But let me see what they're talking about over here.
Supporters. Yesterday I found 2 that were here for the other side. But you can tell by the colors that people are wearing, the shirts. There's a lot of optimism after yesterday. I think they are all absolutely expecting not guilty verdicts on all 3. They absolutely are. They believe today's the day. I wouldn't call it glee. I would say it's just the optimism. And then if you talk to them and you ask them, well, what do you think? And they're all talking about, justice, and they're talking about corruption. They believe that there's corruption. They believe justice in the case is to go after the people who were.
Now, Alice, who you feeling like today? Thank you, Alice. She has gifted 5 more Millionaire Male memberships. I appreciate it. Alice, who you feeling like today? Is this one of your off days? You sitting over there bored and having a ball. Okay. Big Baller Alice is showing out. I appreciate it, Alice. Thank you.
Part of this conspiracy that's been alleged by the defense. That's where they are. Almost all of them that are here at the courthouse, almost all of them. Some are just, a smaller portion they haven't proven the case. And that's where they are. The optimism is there. I think what we'll see is, as the afternoon continues, the size of the crowd will grow like it did yesterday. I came here in the morning because Monday it was packed from start to finish. Tuesday, a lighter crowd in the morning. It built throughout the day, and by the end it was jam-packed because everyone was expecting the verdict. I think if word goes out, they're all connected by social media, following different accounts. Everyone who's a Karen Reed supporter within driving distance will be here once there's word that it looks like a verdict has been reached. But I think even without that notification, the crowd will build during the course of the day.
Sure. I think you're right, Vinny. I want to welcome in now our legal analyst guest. You know him as well, Vinny. He used to head up the homicide unit in Norfolk County, Massachusetts. He's a heavy hitter in the private sector now. Attorney Rick Grundy also with us. Rick, we just got some big information from Vinny and Matt and our team there that the judge did in fact amend the verdict slip after the jury came back with the confusion in particular.
Now, someone said Bev did all that it looks right to me. It's the same one that we always use in Massachusetts, Axionetti, just for her to have to amend that verdict slip because they could not understand it. Hey, Sharonda, did you see they asked Bev if they could stay later? And she said no. I don't know if Miss J mentioned it because I wasn't on my socials a lot yesterday. I don't know. Vanessa, I just have on a dress. This is a dress today, so the bottoms do match today, okay? Just have on a dress today. I don't know about that, but it doesn't surprise me. It just doesn't surprise me because Bev she just doesn't seem to like to stay late.
Over page 2, count 2, and how they should work through it. So we've got it. I want to put it up on our screen and let you take a look at this,
Thank you,
Rick, and see the difference here as we scroll through and see how right after you look at.
Now listen, y'all, it is verdict day. There's over 300 of us in here. For the most part, all of these streams have been over 300 people. So y'all know the drill. Please like the live. My mods do a really great job trying to make sure you guys remember to like the live because hell, even me, sometimes I go on lives and it's 10 minutes before, oh shit, let me remember to like it. Please like the live. It does help me seeing YouTube's algorithm, and that has been helping me because I'm almost at my 10,000 subscribers here, which is a really big milestone for me. So if you can, please just take a second, click the X out of the comments and like the live. Thank you.
At number 1, of course, that's what they're going to consider first, whether Karen Reed is not guilty. That's the first option. And then it says right there, if you find her not guilty, stop and sign the slip. And then we move on to count 2, the manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence. Check one or both of the following, depending upon what you find. And then another bold warning, stop and sign the slip. It works through all of these lesser included very clearly, forcing them to stop if they have come to a decision. Rick, you've been looking at this slip for a long time in Massachusetts, now seeing this amended version. What do you think, please?
Well, I think, as we said, there's certain legal aspects to it, not including the not guilty. But as Vinny and yourself have been saying throughout, you got to take into consideration who these people are and what they're trying to deal with. It's like being in a country and not speaking the language. I think even little things like when they came back, and I think they asked their questions in hypotheticals because one of the instructions they receive is never reveal what your vote is during the course of your deliberations. So when they come out and say, well, what if we found this way on a couple accounts? I think that was, we've done that, but we're not supposed to tell you that. So they're feeling their way in the dark, no doubt about it. I think the revelation of these amended instructions also may piece together the timing of yesterday's break. Initially, and to some extent, I still think that might have been I think we're there, let's go home, let's sleep on it. As the minutes tick by this morning, perhaps not. But if in fact they got this later in the afternoon, they might have said, all right, now we realize that we have a whole lot more work to do to get through this as we now understand it. Let's not dive into that this afternoon. Let's come back tomorrow morning. One other thing I wanted to mention with respect to the jurors and having young jurors, for all the young litigators out there, when you have a case that's for whatever reason, they're going to need a lot of jurors. Watch out for your May trial dates because it's endemic within the system. And one particular reason is they want to have a large group of jurors. And in May, all these college students who have deferred are available and looking to do their jury duty. And it's happened to me in the past. You're going to get swamped with younger jurors. And if your case is not good for that, you're going to have a task on your hands to limit those jurors.
Rick Grundy, such great information, insight, and analysis you just gave us. Where do I begin? I know where I want to begin. I want to back up a little bit and focus in on what you said. Such a great point. You said jurors are instructed during their deliberations not to reveal their vote and how they're leaning. So here we are taking them for their word when they passed to the bailiff that note last night about, well, if we want to find Karen Reed not guilty of 2 counts and we're stuck on the other, what does that leave us with a hung jury on all 3? I see what you're saying, that maybe they're just saying that, and maybe it's really not 2 not guilties. Vinnie Politan, what's your thoughts on what Rick Grundy just raised here for us?
I trust Rick, but it's cruel. It's absolutely cruel to communicate that. And then I'll get back to it. Could you imagine being in John O'Keefe's family and you're waiting for this verdict and you hear that they're talking about 2 not guilties? If you're Karen Reed, the rest of your life is up in the air. Are you going to be locked up or are you going to be free? And you're hearing 2 not guilties. Wow. They didn't, and they could, I think they can interpret that 2 ways. And Rick could be right on with that they completely just want to throw something out there, potentially. But they didn't indicate which counts, right? 2 of the counts. They didn't indicate which ones. But they did indicate one of the charges. So I don't know what to make of it. I really don't know what to make of it. I just, having sat in that box, I was so wary of the emotions of the case and of the people involved and how important it was for them. And that was just a malpractice case. This is a murder case. It doesn't get more serious than this. But it's possible. And at the end of the day, I always end all analysis of jury deliberations with, at the end of the day, we have no idea. We have no idea what these 12 people are saying. You know, there's only one time I think that a camera's ever been inside a jury room, and that was they voluntarily did it, but we don't know. We don't know.
You're so right. We're going to keep trying to read the tea leaves, so to speak, after we hit a break. Vinnie Politan, Rick Grundy with us, and thank you for being with us at home. We're almost at the 17-hour mark of jury deliberations in this case in Dedham, Massachusetts, that's being tried for the 2nd time. Will it need to be tried a 3rd time, or will the jury reach a verdict? We'll be back.
Alrighty. I think Court TV is I know a lot of people say they're biased. I do not watch Court TV on a regular basis. Outside of watching trials, I don't. I pretty much watch like content creators. I watch them more so than I do Court TV, but I do know a lot of you guys do not like Court TV. I have seen that. I have seen you guys. A lot of people don't like them. At 10, this jury, well, Vanessa, you may be at your meeting and nothing from this jury because I don't think there's not going to be anything. I'm going to see what Law and Crime has up today. We are already watching Court TV. Law and Crime is they just have the fan up. So just like yesterday, I'll try to keep them all up so that we know what's going on with each one of them. Yeah, a lot of people say they do not like Court TV, but I don't watch them enough to say, do I like them? But I have noticed some of their comments. I have definitely noticed, what's his name? What's the man? Danny? He's a little messy. Yes. Why Mikhail say he bought both of them a pregnancy pillow? Mikhail, you want to be pregnant so bad because what? Hold up. I'll add it to. Sorry, y'all. I'm messaging somebody. Okay, here we go. Law and Crime is the fan. I just saw that. Hey, Brianna, it cracks me up. Both verdict clocks are different times. They're off by yesterday we're off by like 2 minutes. So yeah. She said my husband acted like he was pregnant with both kids. Jing, why does Mikhail have a pregnancy pillow? Why does he have a pregnancy pillow? Please answer that. Thank you, Maris. Maris said, I just joined. I was in a meeting. Do you think the new verdict slip is better? Let me get it right now. Okay, y'all, let's see. I'm trying to find the verdict slip right now. Oh, I gotta get this phone with X on it. I gotta put X on my content phone. I have not done that yet. Okay, y'all. Let's see. Hold on, y'all. Give me just a second. Well, let me check to see if I got a text message first. All right, just a second. Give me a second, guys.
Could be right for you.
So, did you drive your car into John?
I did not drive my car into John. Didn't reverse it. Did not hit John with my car.
Is there any chance this was an accident?
There's zero chance this was an accident.
That is one of the pieces of evidence introduced in the case against defendant Karen Reed that we just watched. Welcome back to Court TV Live as we continue on the verdict watch in her case over the death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. We're getting closer and closer to hitting the 17-hour mark. And we know that one of the questions the jury asked of the court was how they should consider pieces of evidence like the one we just watched. They asked the judge if they can consider the clips as evidence. Might that be concerning to the attorneys, particularly the attorneys on the Commonwealth side? Let's bring back in former prosecutor and Court TV lead anchor Vinnie Politan and the former head of the homicide unit in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, where this case is being tried, attorney Rick Grundy. Rick, I'll begin with you this time, please. How concerned would you have been about that question had you been trying this case for the Commonwealth?
I think it's a continuation of the jury really having a difficult time fumbling through the jury instructions, and not their fault. Obviously, this is a big change between jury 1 and jury 2, and Hank Brennan went to a great deal of effort to get all of these clips. You know, knowing in all likelihood she would not be taking the stand, this would be what they heard from Karen Reed.
All right, guys. So we do have the new verdict slip, and we can go over. This is the first page. I just got off of Court TV. I don't really like them anyway. So, all right, let's go over the verdict slips now. Hold on. Let me make sure I've got both. All right. So the new verdict slip, and this is for offense to manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. I don't even have my other one to compare them to right now. But we see the first is not guilty, and they have right under that is new. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. That is new, right? Right? I got to do that for Exxon on here. I am going to do that. That's my fault there. So I think that's new. I like that. I like that they have that on there because it tells them stop here. In my opinion, I don't know why we wouldn't just stop there. Like if you glance over everything, but you don't think she's guilty, stop, right? Stop it, not guilty. Now they have added. And thank you, Kay. I went to Christina's page and I got this from there. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below. And then there's a guilty of the lesser included. And under that, for involuntary manslaughter, it says if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then continue to the next page, right? So all of these are just telling them it's the same line after each of the lesser included. It says if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI liquor, and negligence, stop. Sign the verdict slip. Now, when we go to number 5, which is, I see Amanda says it's still confusing to me. It says the same thing. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1. Which part's confusing to you, Amanda? Let me pull up part 2, though. Let's present part 2 so you guys can see what Amanda's talking about. It's not confusing. I feel like they're telling them this is how I interpreted it, but I do understand how people could have been confused. If I don't find her guilty of any of the other offenses or the lesser included, I'm not going to check a box. I'm simply going to check not guilty and move on. But clearly, there was some confusion. And their confusion was more so, if we find her guilty of the lesser included, does it also find her guilty of the overall charge? I think that's different. I don't feel like what they added changes that question. In my opinion, it doesn't change it. But I mean, they're telling them if you don't find them guilty, keep going. And at the very end of it, it says, if you hadn't found her guilty of any of these, go back and you're going to check. It's okay, Amanda. It's good. It's good conversation. We're going to go over it. It's cool. If you don't find her guilty of anything, go back to box number 1 and just select not guilty. Right? Just go back to box number 1 and select her not guilty. That number 5, which so many of you guys says was the most confusing part yesterday, I feel like it nips it in the bud. Hey, if you don't find her guilty of any of the overall charge or the lesser included, then you need to just go back to number 1, select not guilty. And that's it. Yep, Candy, if you select not guilty, it applies to everything. Now, here's my thing. I think from a psychological standpoint, I got what the lawyers were saying. They see all of these guilties and then one not guilty, right? So put the not guilty there to balance the sheet out. Bev said she wasn't going to do that. So if she's not going to do that, I would just pray that they are of the mind. If they check not guilty at the top, then you just saying, I don't think she did anything. They didn't prove any of these charges. And that's fine. Let's go. Brianna says, I see the verdict slip as there's 5 separate charges. If I find her not guilty of all 5 charges, check the first box. And if I find her guilty of one of the less, I'm checking that box and signing it. That's it. So hopefully, I kind of like adding the little phrase underneath. If you find the defendant guilty, if not, then move on. It's almost like a game, right? Reading instructions to a game. Hell, many of you do your taxes. If you look at the instructions for tax return, it's always an if then. If you did this, then you do this. If you did this, then you do this. So it's almost like that. Let's just hope today this has helped the jury, right? I see, Crystal, the thing that I see where they could be confused on is if I check one of the lesser included charges, does that mean she's being charged with the overall charge? And I still don't think this makes it clear. I still don't think that makes it clear. I just hope they know, well, if I'm not finding her guilty of any of these, then here we go. Right? So yeah. So then I agree with that. Let's see. Kellen said the type of foreman I would be. I am also writing not guilty to all the charges, lesser charges to be clear. I don't know if you can do that, Kellen, right? Legally, right? But as a foreman, it is your job to make sure everyone in there understands, make sure you guys are clear. So for me personally, I don't see what's hard about just checking not guilty, making sure everyone signs off on the not guilty. If you feel that she's guilty, then okay. Let's check guilty where we think she's guilty and let's sign off on it. But that is me. That is me. Right? This is all we can hope for. Yes. Just do that. Okay, Crystal said, yes, that's what I'm getting at. Does that make her guilty for the overall charge, or does that make her just guilty for the one they checked? From my understanding yesterday, she would just be guilty for the one they checked, not the overall, because they're not checking guilty for that overall charge. I've heard a lot of people say that. Turtle Boy said that too. He never took notes. And they say he's a little older, so I'm just wondering how the hell does he remember everything? The first trial, here's my notebook. I brought it today. This is my notebook from the first trial. I have so many notes. So many notes, okay? I have so many pages of notes from this trial, from the first trial. This trial, I was, I'm hearing a lot of stuff over again, so I remember the main points from most of the witnesses that went on the stand. But I don't know how he took no notes, right? Kellen, I think that's where we disagree. I think it is simplified. For me, if I don't feel that she's guilty, then I'm not checking guilty. If I feel she's not guilty, I'm going to check the not guilty. And then read as you go down. If you don't find her to be guilty, then move to the next charge. The very last one says, if you have not found her to be guilty of any of the other charges, go back to one and you'll check not guilty. So, yeah. That could be true too, Destin. Maybe he has a great memory. So we're going to see, but I can't wait to after this is over so that we can see what the jurors think, because it could be exactly what Kellen is saying. It was confusing. We didn't see not guilty. We were back there trying to understand what we were doing. If we check this, what was going to happen? So we won't know until after trial how this affected the jury. Hey, Victoria, how are you? Okay, guys, let's go. So we've seen the verdict slip. I'm going to go back and we'll see what they're talking about here.
And something like this particular statement, considering it crucial to their case, and the jury went out and they spent, my estimate is close to 2 days of deliberation, not knowing that this whole piece was evidence and something that they can listen to and should be taken into consideration during their deliberations. This particular clip, she says, I never put it in reverse. So in order to get beyond that, you have to disregard the Commonwealth's expert who very definitively says it went into reverse at this particular time. It reversed for this particular amount of space at this particular speed. So, you know, that little piece of her denying that's crucial.
Rick, you're right. Vinny, what do you think? As a former prosecutor, would that question have troubled you yesterday?
Oh, yeah, big time. Like, this was some of the strongest evidence that the prosecutor is leaning on. And the question, is it evidence? Wow. I think part of the problem is the way it was presented to the jury. It was like a witness would testify, they would finish, and then, hey, everybody, look at the screen. It wasn't coming in through a witness, right? There wasn't someone saying, oh, yeah, we recorded her, we spoke with her, and here's what we did. It was like, now a word from our sponsor, and we went to a video clip. Bizarre. Never seen that in any case ever before. I don't know how they all agreed this is the way you present the clips, like just randomly put up. But obviously, doing something random like that confused the jury.
Interesting, Vinny. Thinking about it like a trial attorney, if you could try the case and introduce them, how would you do it so that there wouldn't be confusion?
Well, I mean, there has to be some level, like normally pieces of evidence come in through a witness. I guess you couldn't, was it stipulated?
Okay, I want to ask you guys, did you all find that it was weird how he did those clips? Do you remember the first time we saw a clip go up? I remember I said, what the hell? Because I'd heard about it, right? I'd heard about it in the Karen Reed universe online. And then we're watching it. He just goes in between witnesses. Can we put up clip 20, please? And it'll just be Karen talking. I was just like, I think all of us were shocked. Like, what in the hell is he doing? And because we were getting, I know right before he played them, a lot of us had watched some of those documentaries together on TikTok. So we get in here and we're seeing the clips and we're like, wait, no, play the rest of it. And he didn't do that. He did not do that. He just went up there and it was like, clip 22, please. Clip 34, clip 7. And I mean, he was literally doing it in between the witnesses. So we probably saw 20 or so clips. The one that I really hated the most, and I feel had no context, the one about Peggy. That clip about Peggy was messy as hell. And I just still can't understand why he played that, other than to make the jury not like Karen based on how she talked about his mom. But there are 5 women on the jury, right? Who probably could understand where she was coming from. That clip about Peggy didn't make sense to me.
I don't know exactly the process for all this being entered into evidence, but it didn't come in through normal testimony. Now, the normal testimony would be, what is it, the custodian?
Okay, a point. Mia said, looks like he's been hit by a car. Who had been in the house? Who do you think had been speaking to Peg up until that point? She was very close to Carrie. Carrie had been speaking to Jen. Jen got in their ear, and I'm just like, how did we not see that? How did we not see that? And John's dad said that conversation did happen. I believe it happened. I just don't see why Karen would lie about that. I don't see why Karen would lie about that. Saying that this man's mother thought he was hit by a car that early looked bad on her. Looked bad to her. Look bad against her. So why would she lie about that? Why would Peggy say that so early in the morning? He's been hit by a car.
Of records for NBC, the custodian of records for this other place, it might have made more sense then. But if you had all these clips, maybe you just play them all at once. And then the jury knows that this is evidence, right? Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence for the jury. And then you play all the videos at once, rather than someone gets off the stand and then Mr. So-and-so play clip 21, and then we all look up at the screen and we play clip 21. If they're all presented together as one piece of her just talking, maybe they would have understood it. This may be a much more effective way to do it, but in the end, it wasn't, because at the end of the day, they didn't know what they were watching was evidence.
Right. It's a fair point for discussion, Vinny. I like what you said. You know, I feel like what a difference a word can make. The word choice here, clip versus exhibit, right? If you refer to them as, let's play exhibit 2, let's play exhibit 3, then, you know, I think anybody who's watched any Law and Order or court TV before knows that, oh, okay, exhibit, you know, that makes my mind understand that this is case evidence. Rick Grundy, what do you say? If you had to try the case, would you have done it this way, the way that Hank Brennan did it, or differently? How so?
Yeah.
Well, I think this was, as Vinny said, this would have had to have been a stipulation, because it would not enter in just like, here's a clip, take a look at it. So I think what was a good side and bad side of doing it in a proper manner, if there were not a stipulation, and I would have looked at that as a prosecutor, and you'd have to balance, is this just going to make it more of a circus? But I might like as a prosecutor, and I certainly would dislike as a defense attorney, if I brought in the interviewer from 2020, and I brought in the interviewer from Vanity Fair magazine, and on, which I really think would have further besmirched the defendant by, she's sitting with all these network TV shows, she's sitting with these publications, these gossipy publications discussing this matter. And then, okay, we have a specific instruction, we don't talk about it, but she doesn't testify at trial. I think it would have dusted her up a little bit. Again, counterbalance it with it creates more of a circus atmosphere.
Right. Excellent analysis from you both. We'll hit a break. It is that time. Vinny, Rick, stand by kindly, please. Looking at the clock, we're officially at the 17-hour mark of deliberations in the case that is over the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe.
Brutal murders of...
Well, did you guys see when they came back yesterday? I don't know if you saw when they came back yesterday how Lally was sitting at the table. He never looked up. He never looked up. The whole time he was like twiddling his thumbs. He never once looked up. And I said, oh, Lally said, my name Bennett and I ain't in it. He wasn't like, you know how when you look at the defense table, even if Alan Jackson is talking, Yannetti is attentive. He is taking notes. They may be conferring with each other. Alessi is doing that. Miss Little, everyone is in on it. Child, Lally didn't look up. And I said, okay, this really does feel like Lally feels a way about how this case was tried, bringing someone from the outside in, paying him probably double my salary to come try a case that I probably told you, listen, we need to let this go. Lally probably told them that. And now we're here. Good morning, Blackbird. Good morning, Erica. Listen, it kind of feels like Lally said that, baby, you're going to have to do this on your own. He was sitting there twiddling his thumbs. Literally. Go look at the clip. He is just messing with his hands, looking down. He's probably saying, this is some stupid shit. I told y'all. Y'all spent that money. And we're back at the same point because it sounds like, hey, Mira, it sounds like the jury is, again, not finding her guilty of the 2 of the charges, and they're stuck on 1 again. Hank wasn't even talking to him, Candace. She said Hank wasn't even talking to Lally. Listen. Oh God. Victoria, that is crazy. I heard Hank was paid upwards of $750. Which is why I said probably, I don't know what Lally makes, but I know that's probably more. Hey, Gina. Man, I woke up late due to having to get my girls and take cover in the middle. Take cover? Gina, I feel like you told me once before. Are you somewhere where you're having tornadoes? You didn't miss anything, Gina, though. But are you and the girls okay? That's the bigger question. Are you guys okay? Y'all, I don't want to live in the Midwest. I don't want to live anywhere. I love living in the South. Memphis, Atlanta. I can remember one bad thing in Memphis. We had an ice storm in 94. Okay? I was really young, but I remember it being cold. I remember it was a couple of days we were without power. But I love living. Look, Georgia, Tennessee hadn't done me wrong. I get all 4 of my seasons, and I don't have to deal with too much when it comes to weather. The anti-trolls said they want Trooper Paul and Garino back because they did better than Aperture. Do you know how bad Aperture had to have done for them to want Trooper Paul back up there? She's in Oklahoma. Wow, I'm happy you're okay. Okay, you did say it before. I know. Okay, Gina. All right. Wow. She's in Oklahoma, Kimball. Do y'all know how bad Aperture had to have pissed the antis off? What? Okay, let me see.
Here at Court TV, Vinny Politan on the ground there outside of the courthouse. So before we conclude the hour, and of course our coverage continues all day long, I want to get some predictions here as to what we think is going to happen. And if you're at home and want to share with us your prediction on social media, please do that. We've got the hashtag Court TV Read Verdict. Vinny's got his thinking cap on. If you had to guess, what do we think will happen today? Vinny, to you first, please.
I think after lunch at some point, mid to late afternoon, we'll hear from the jury. What we hear from the jury, I don't know. I'm not in there. But I think we will hear from them. I think there is a level of commitment. They know that this is a retrial. They know because of the testimony during the course of the trial. Usually you don't want them to know, but this jury knows. And I think they will let their voice be heard where they are, whether it's a deadlock or they've reached a verdict on 1 or more counts. I believe they will communicate that to the court by late this afternoon. Could be at any point today, but I think today's the day. If I had to, guess at a time, I'm just going historically the way it's gone for many, many years at Court TV. It's after lunch. But if it's before lunch, it's usually that 11 o'clock hour.
I'm with you. I think after the lunch break is when we may hear something. Rick Grundy, we want your prediction. What do you think will happen, if anything, today?
Well, my predictions on this second trial have been bad from the start when I predicted that Attorney Jackson would shave his Satan's beard before the trial started. But it's a tough one. I agree with most of what Vinny said. Love you, Vinny. If we get to noon without a verdict, I think we can safely say it wasn't a matter of let's sleep on it, and that means they're still struggling. You have some Friday effect potentially here because tomorrow's another day off. But I think, again, I hearken what Vinny said, that we will hear from them either with a verdict or with a we are getting to the point or believe we are deadlocked before the end of the day.
So you both agree we're going to hear
Julie,
something.
if I could just jump in.
Sure.
I want to just a quick story. So the first trial I covered at this courthouse was Rick's trial.
Wendy said, Mel, My boyfriend and I was watching you. The Boots on the Ground song up. He done downloaded and set it as the ringtone for the damn alarm this morning. This song stuck in our head now. My intrusive thoughts winning has caused Wendy and her boyfriend to wake up to some whoa. Y'all, as soon as I start singing, Barchi said, my bad, Barchi. I got my boots on the ground. See, that's what I'm talking about. That is the beauty of this community over here, okay? Okay? Listen, I don't, EBB. I don't. That's the beauty of this community. Y'all just let me carry on with all my rambling and talking. Love me anyway. But in the midst, just like Jesus always had a ram in the bush, I always got something that's going to help somebody. Can I get an amen? Because now Wendy does not get to wake up to a bum, 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 bum. Wendy gets to wake up to boots on the ground, and all is good in the world. Do you hear me? All is good in the world.
Trial. He was the prosecutor. Amazing
Was
job.
it?
Early days of
Yes.
DNA.
Oh.
Yes. Early days of DNA.
Wow.
That jury, we knew exactly when the verdict was going to be delivered by that jury, because all week long they deliberated and they were dressed like normal people. Friday they show up and they're dressed to the T's and they pose for a picture on the back steps of the courthouse before they go in. And we looked at each other and said, yeah, I think today's the day.
Today's verdict day. Oh, well.
And it was a guilty verdict, of course.
Rick tried a great case, I'm sure. Boy, I wish I could have seen Rick in action. Rick, do you remember the case that he's talking about?
I remember it very well.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Well, I love that story.
Available on demand. Available on demand on courttv.com. Massachusetts versus Dirk Greineder for free.
There you
Brianna, your boots might be on the ground, but are you a soldier in the army of the Lord? Are those boots running for the man upstairs? Your boots are on the ground, but who are you marching for? Who? Come on now. Don't get me started in here. Your boots might be on the ground, but who are you serving in those boots? If you were to hear left, 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 right, left, who would you be behind? Who would you be fighting for? Which army are you in? Come on now. Come on now. Let me catch y'all.
Look at this. They are calling Karen Reed's team the Dream Team now. So it would be Dream Team 2, right? Dream Team 2. So while we can make the comparisons one way, I think the feelings of folks are that they've got a dream team of attorneys representing Karen Reed. The question is, will the results be the same as the original Dream Team? And that's what we're waiting to hear from inside the courthouse from those 12 jurors.
Yeah, oh, I love that T-shirt. Hey, listen, both sides had versions of a dream team of lawyers. The lawyering in this case has been through the roof, excellent, bar none. You know, obviously Jackson, Yannetti, even Little got a little action there on the defense team, and Alessi, boy, when they unleashed him, it was, you know, the pit bull was working the courtroom and nothing like it. And then Hank Brennan over on the Commonwealth side, unbelievable. Now, what is your feeling, Vinny, about these questions, and specifically if we come back with two, if we found her not guilty on 2? They said not guilty in that question. They didn't say if we've come to a decision on 2, does that mean if we can't get the 3rd that the whole thing's a wash? That to me was a real tell. Is that the feeling you have as well?
I need to get one.
What's interesting, and again, I said we're in the sidewalk, so I mean, there's a lot of people that are streaming, and you kind of blend in. There's so many people. So to me, because and I was explaining this, I sat on a jury. There has to be some acknowledgement by the jury. If you send out the words not guilty, you know it's going to have an impact. You know it's going to have an impact on both sides, right? I mean, from John O'Keefe's family, a gut punch, right? And then Karen Reed's side, a moment of, oh my goodness, are we close to perhaps walking out of that courtroom and getting out from under these allegations and these charges? So I have to think they didn't specify which counts, and I think that's what they were keeping secret. But I have to take them at their word, right?
Yeah.
We could say it's a hypothetical. Is it a hypothetical, though? I even question whether it's a hypothetical, because I think it comes down to vernacular. It comes down to how we speak. Like, if I'm standing on the sidewalk right now and someone bumps into me, you're going to see him, right? If someone bumps into me here on the sidewalk, should I tell them to stop, right? That's sort of a theoretical, but I am getting bumped into a little bit. It's not a big deal, but it's actually happening.
What are you talking about?
So I don't know if it's the vernacular. Like, if we found her not guilty, I don't know if the vernacular is, if we found her not guilty. Like, if we find her guilty, not guilty on 2 counts here, and what is it? Right. I think they were asking for clarity on how to report a verdict.
He's not there today. Y'all,
it wasn't like, what happens if we do this? It's like, how do we tell you? How do we communicate it to you? Because the first jury didn't know how to do it. The first jury failed that, and it wasn't their fault. It's the fault of the instructions. It's the fault of the law in Massachusetts. It's the fault of the way these verdict slips are put together. It's the fault of how the lesser includeds are dealt with in Massachusetts. There's no clarity. If 2 juries in a row don't understand something, it's not the jurors, folks. If 2 juries, 24 people who didn't know each other, both come to the same conclusion that things aren't clear, guess what? Things aren't clear, so you've got to change them. So hopefully the amended verdict slip makes it easier for this jury to understand what they have to do and how they have to fill out the verdict slip and how they have to communicate what they've agreed to behind closed doors. Because the first jury didn't know how to do it.
Absolutely. There's something wrong. And this is a second example of it, and it's astounding that it would happen again. Now, I don't think it's going to go all the way and happen again. That will be prevented in terms of them saying, well, we're deadlocked because we couldn't figure out the third charge. That will be remedied if need be at the time, because the judge won't let that happen again. But it is astounding. Let's get a break. Then he's going to stick around. He's going to meet some more people as we all sit and wait and wonder, what are they doing? What are they hung up on? Stay with us.
Brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
Oh my God, this doesn't happen here.
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Kohlberger.
You could tell there was some off about him.
He was stalking them. He was hunting them.
Forget about motive. We don't even have a connection.
This trial will be on Court TV.
And I pray that we have justice.
The Idaho College student murders trial. Live coverage begins this August, only on Court TV.
Okay, guys, I have hold on, y'all. Child, I've got LJ's old number, and when I tell you, like, I need to tell him, tell your friends you have one phone now, because there's no reason to call somebody 20 times. He calls this spamming. Tell them stop spamming this number because they call all times of the day. Okay, y'all, let me show you while we're on break. I got some pictures from Forrest, and I said I was going to show them on here. Hold on. Let me show you guys and see if you can tell me who these pictures are. Some of you have probably already seen these before. And see if you guys can tell me who we're looking at. Ash, they just keep calling. He calls it spamming. Like, if I call him to chit chat, I'll know when he wants to get on the phone. He'll say, my bad, Mom. They're spamming me right now, trying to ask me, or I know that they're trying to get on the game or something. Tell them quit spamming me. Yes, it is AJ. These are from Forrest. He sent me these. Okay, so here we go. We got another one. No, it was AJ. It was AJ, y'all. Ash, please stop. This is Alessi. This is Alessi. Yes, this is Alessi. Hold on, y'all. Let me find the other one. Who have I said? Okay, here we go. Here's someone else. It's so crazy because they still look like themselves. AJ used to cover their forehead up. You know, now he does a little slick back. He does a little slick back. This, yes. Who is this one? I saw someone already said this is absolutely Yannetti. This is Yannetti. Look how cute he is. Yes, Alessi is 67 years old. Kayla, I still can't believe that. And every day, because Mariah and I, we've been going to the gym, I think about older people who look so good, and I'm trying to get there. Okay, y'all, I saved the best for last. Save the best for last. He just looks like he got stuffed in a locker or two. What, y'all, what? Wait a minute, y'all. I did not see that he had a quote. You're only young. I don't know if this is AR. I don't even know that, but they sent me this. You're only young, but you're going to die. Hells, bells, that place. Quarters, BT, Skeeto, Paul, Jim, what? Okay, this might be real because even his senior quote is confusion. What? Hypo? We had a drink or two? Hell, maybe 3. Alice Cooper. Maybe that's AI. I refuse to believe that's his real senior quote. I refuse to believe that's his senior quote. If that is his senior quote, if that's real, Hank's been confused his whole life. Hank sounds more confused in this senior quote than Benny just did trying to tell us that story about being bumped into. Okay, Brooklyn said it's fake. Thank you, Brooklyn. I'm like, this can't be real. This can't be real. Okay, they say it's AI. Okay. All right. I can live with that. It has a quote. Okay, I can live with that being AI. Krona said her senior quote was, I looked perfection in the eye and perfection blinked. I know that's right. That's cute. I think Mariah's quote, what was my baby's quote? I might have played in school, but never played about getting my hair done. It was something so foolish, but it fit my daughter to a T. AI is crazy. I just know that had to be AI because that just absolutely is crazy. That couldn't be a real quote. Destin, I'd like to think that Miss Little's bangs are a midlife crisis. Okay. I don't think I had a senior. I don't because I switched schools at the end, so I don't even know if I have a yearbook. I might have one. I don't even know if I have one. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Okay, sorry. I hate them. I just think they're too short, Jasmine. I think they're too short, and I just think if she's gonna have the bangs, like put a little bump to them or something. Barchi, stop. Black Sheep said, my senior quote was, pain is the breaking of the shell that unlocks your understanding. Not you was this deep in high school, okay? Marty is nice. She hears them downstairs. Midlife crisis is why I felt like she tried to cut them herself and messed up. Destin, that's another point. They're just too short for me. And I think if she were going to have them, it never looks like she bumps them or anything. It literally just looks like she wakes up, does this, put in a ponytail and go. So that's it. that's I just hate them. That's it. Oh, wait a minute, y'all. They're in the crowd. Y'all know I love when they're in the crowd. Hold up. They are in the crowd talking to people. Oh, hold up.
That guy seems as honest as can be. He's got the bow tie on. We did come to a unanimous not guilty verdict on the 2 top charges, but we didn't know how to fill out the form. Let's hear from that juror that you talked about, a bit of your interview. And he's specifically talking about it being confusing. It was confusing filling out the verdict form, and the process itself was confusing to not only him, but the panel. Take a listen.
Explain to us why the presumption was that you had to come to a conclusion on all 3. Was there any debate among the jurors about whether or not we have to agree on all 3 counts, or it can be just 1 count, or it can be 2 counts? Was there any discussion or debate amongst the 12 of you about what the rules were when it was time to fill out the verdict slip and determine and let everyone know where you were in these deliberations?
One of the big things that happened was we all agreed and voted, and we kind of not came back to any of those charges. We never revisited them because we had already voted on them.
That's why I rolled my eyes.
And then we kept on debating on that second charge. And because we kept on debating on that second charge and deliberating, that kind of got us caught off guard at the end in terms of how to respond to that and whether to ask. There was a couple of us who did clearly indicate that maybe we should ask about treating each charge independently, but the majority overruled, and essentially we were left to believe that it needed to be all or nothing.
So what was your take from that guy? Seems as honest as can be. He's got the bow tie on. I have to believe that what he was saying was true. What was your take after interviewing him?
Absolutely. He was there. He's telling us what happened.
And I'm going to just tell you what makes me mad right there. That man said he looks like he's honest because he has on a bow tie.
Happened. He told us that they were debating
I know a lot of fools who like to wear bow ties on Sunday morning.
Involuntary manslaughter. They had gotten past manslaughter, and they were down to involuntary manslaughter, one of the lesser included. And they didn't understand how to do it. He said they even took a vote on whether to ask a question about it, and he got outvoted. So confusion is not good. We want jurors to understand what they have to do. Like, they understood that they have to vote and figure it out, but how to communicate that is so vital to our system. So I sense that just the state of Massachusetts and the way they go about this, very stubborn in the way they communicate with jurors. Other states, during deliberations, I've seen open conversations between the judge and perhaps the foreperson in open court. And I think that helps.
Oh,
They're so afraid of persuading an outcome that they don't want to say anything to these jurors. But the jurors don't know what they're doing. They need help. They look to you for guidance and help. It's legal in other states. They need to, I think, be a little less stubborn, a little less afraid to communicate with the jury during deliberations, because they don't want to cross the line where they somehow forced an injustice by compelling a jury to do something. But when a jury has a straightforward question like, how do we communicate if we come to a verdict on 2 counts and we're deadlocked on the 3rd? Do we tell you we're deadlocked on all three, or do we tell you we're deadlocked on one? Like, that's an easy question from my perspective. Speaking of questions, Ted, do you want to see what's on the mind of some of the folks here?
I do. I've been waiting.
Okay. All right, we have time. All right, let's do it. Let's just right here. Your thoughts right here, right now, as you've made it your way. I see you're wearing some pink, so I assume you're supporting Karen Reed.
Of course, I'm supporting Karen Reed. My thoughts are just love to the family right now.
Okay.
Just love to the families.
Do you believe the verdict's coming now? Is that why you're here, or have you been here throughout?
I'm here so Karen can see a familiar face in the crowd, and I'm here.
Wait. Familiar face, what do you mean?
She knows Hillary. She's been here. She's been in court supporting her.
Since pre-trial.
Okay, gotcha.
Pre-trial, first trial.
So yes, I support Karen, yes.
Okay.
100%. Today's very emotional because of the unknown, of course.
Yeah, everything's unknown.
It's the upside down, as Melanie Little would say.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nice scarf. A lot of pink, Ted, a lot of pink here. Here's someone, you're wearing pink Mean Girls.
Yeah, the Mean Girls.
Is there any symbolism to that?
It's pink. Wednesdays we wear pink.
Okay.
You know, we want to support Karen every day, but on Wednesdays, verdict day, we wear pink.
So you expect a verdict today?
Oh, I am praying for a verdict today. I was here yesterday as well, and I think the crowd was really looking for it yesterday. So hopefully before lunch.
Now, if that shirt had Jen, Carrie, and Peggy on it and called them the Mean Girls, that would have ate. That would have ate down.
Maybe we'll hear something and they'll give us an idea of what's going on inside.
How late will you stay?
Oh, I'll stay all day.
Oh, geez.
Fascinating. Fascinating. I have some young people here. I don't want to interview the young people. Are you okay? Are you okay being interviewed? You're okay being on camera? Is this okay?
We just met her, but
Okay. You're young. You're here.
yeah, younger.
Why? Why are you here?
I'm here to support Karen's family, Karen herself. I feel very passionate about everything happening. I think yesterday was a really strong start, and I think today we're leaning towards a verdict. So I think today's the day, and I want to be here to support everyone.
How will you support everyone when you hear the verdict? What if it's guilty? What do you do?
Oh my gosh, I really don't know. I think everyone will be in shock. It's going to be an utter shock. It really will be. It's just we've been so invested. We've been here now for years. The whole thing. It will truly be just a shock. It really would be. I'll be really upset.
All right. I'll check in with you later. Make sure you're okay.
Thank you.
Me too.
Okay.
Maybe need an ambulance.
Yeah. Let's go further down.
I can't wait till
Yes.
Speak to you.
Hey, girl!
About what?
Not only just about this, but about my brother Keith Haring.
So it's another case.
Yes, it is. Yes, sir.
And
Don't
is-
let them shut you
and
up.
Is that what brought you here today? Because you feel there's another injustice going on somewhere?
I do feel as though. I feel like it's the same, just about the same thing that my brother's going through as well.
What's his name? Say his name.
His case did go up to the Supreme Court, and he was given life in prison without parole. And
What's his name?
honestly, it hurts, you know. And
his
I kind of
name?
feel like I understand what the whole situation that's going on. And what he's going through.
How closely have you followed this
Hey,
case,
hey!
the Karen Reed case?
Very closely, actually. I'm from Taunton as well, so I've been paying very close attention to it. I actually do want to be a lawyer, so I pay close attention to all of it, all the cases. I pretty much analyze what's going on and try to have a better understanding towards it, so it gives me a better mindset and a better comprehension towards the whole case and everything.
Well, good luck to you. Thank you so much for speaking with us. All right, so people are here for different reasons, right? You've got her own family situation, but has been drawn, and I've heard that more than once, by the way. When I've been here, I've heard that type of story more than once. Let's go to the steps over here. We'll go to the steps. Quick question.
Yes, sir.
Why are you here?
To support Karen Reed, of course. Injustice anywhere is a threat everywhere.
How passionate are you about this? Like, what happens if they come back? We don't know what they're going to say. They could say guilty. What is it? What would that mean from your perspective?
That's hard to. What would that mean? That would mean that the police better get ready for the streets to turn up, because
Really?
I don't know.
I mean,
at least that you see the support she has out here. I wouldn't. I would hope they come out not guilty.
Okay. Well, we don't know what it is. We don't know. Let's go one more on the steps here, Ted, and then we'll send it back to you. Really?
I don't know. That's
Yeah, this man out here got his jacket on his arms. His arms are not in the sleeves, a gold chain.
hard to. What would that mean? That would mean that the police better get ready for the streets to turn up, for the because
something bringing you to it, and I think that's exactly what they feel. Of course, not everybody feels that way. Not everybody is outside that courthouse. Let's get a break. When we come back, more of our coverage of the jury deliberations in the case against.
Baby, let me tell y'all, my favorite part is the crowd, and I can't find that lady's brother. I cannot find her brother. Are you guys sure you spelled his name right? I couldn't find it. Y'all, he want to ride right now, but I know he does not want to ride in his collar, his button down, with his jacket on. Oh, I hate it. Let me pull out my phone ear so I can catch it. Get off there. Okay, live. No, I want to click the link. Oh, he's in Boston too. Oh. It was a carjacking / shooting. It said the shooting happened just after 2 p.m. on Sunday, following a report of a carjacking in the area on Ferry Street. Keith Herring, he was 27, of Boston, was arrested in connection with the fatal shooting of Gary Duff, who was 21. He was taken to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. People say he agreed to meet Herring so that he could buy marijuana. He was shot when he refused to get out of his car. Herring was arraigned, and he was charged with murder, armed robbery, carjacking, and unlawful possession of a firearm. A witness who did not want to be identified says she heard 2 gunshots. She called 911 and she saw the victim lying on the ground. He kept on saying he couldn't breathe. He couldn't breathe. The witness recounted. And I guess that's all of it. So I'll try now that she's found this, maybe we could find more about the case. She said she felt like it was the same, but didn't go into details why. And I felt like, girl, she had that sign. Y'all, I know y'all said she said his name on the walk up, baby. I wanted her to really go into it, but I don't know if that's him either. I wish there was more we could have found. Hold on, y'all out here working. Thank you, Campbell. Campbell just sent me something. The Commonwealth versus Herring. It looks like it wasn't a Commonwealth. He was arraigned. Oh God, y'all, this was in 2017. Murder in the first degree. He was held without bail. I'm trying to see if I can skim through it. He filed some motions for release. Looks like that didn't happen. Okay, y'all, it's a lot, so I'm gonna have to read this. But Campbell did at least find it, so maybe we can see what's going on with it. Campbell, can you put the link in the chat so that if anyone else wants to see it too, they'll be able to see it? I think Erica found this same thing because I just saw a message from Erica too. So I think Erica found that same one. Because when I Googled, I was not seeing this case at all. Yep, Eric, I think that's the case. Oh, Campbell, because it's a link. It's because it's a link, Campbell. I could do it. Hold up. I got it, Campbell. I'll put it in there. Thank you. That's why it's not showing up. Girl, now it won't even let me put a comment in there. Child. Hold on. Let me ask one of the mods to do it. Erica, can you put that link in the chat? Bridge, you can ask the question. What's up? Oh, I'm sorry. Erin already put it in there, y'all. She said it's just an appeal of pretrial detention, but that should be the case. Hey, Yates. Hold on, y'all.
And we don't answer theoretical questions.
Okay, he's going back over what happened yesterday. Erin put it in here, Erica. Bridge, what's the question? I'm going to keep my eyes on the chat. No, this is all Candace. They're going over the question. They're going over yesterday. Oh, Yates. Yates says, seems like they use GPS coordinates to put him on the scene. JT, I think they're arguing about the OUI. Let's see what they're talking about.
Covered cases, big cases, where people are just all in. And for our Court TV core audience, it's pretty much every week they're all in and they live and die with these cases. But every now and then, a case touches thousands of people. And that's what we're seeing here. Why? What is it about this case, this woman who was unknown? This is not a celebrity trial. This is a woman nobody knew outside of her own circle, but yet now she is a household name. What is it, in your opinion, that has garnered so much attention?
I can give you my opinion, but we'll get the opinions from the folks who are gathered around me in just a second. I just want to explain where I am and why I'm here. So I moved a little bit further down from the courthouse. If you're looking at the courthouse, we're on the left side of the courthouse, but this is close to the area. If you look across the street, that's where Karen Reed and the defense team, that's where they arrive. So there's always a lot of people in this area as well, waiting to see if the SUVs pull in. Then just across from them, you see another sea of pink. Those are the folks who kind of get closest to the defense team and to Karen Reed when she arrives, because she'll get out of the SUV and they're very, 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 very close over there. So when that area starts to buzz, we know something is up. And then in this area over here, these are the folks who are relaxing a little. They're not in the middle of a huge crowd. They've got the lawn chairs, and here they are. But I'm going to ask them the question that you asked me, Ted, which is, why Karen Reed? Why Karen Reed? What was it that drew you to support her to show up here?
I think it's important to support women. The manifestation of it.
Okay, come on in. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Yeah. Why Karen Reed? Nobody knew her before this. You didn't know her before this, right?
Never, but...
Why her?
It could be us. It could be me. It could be you.
Look at you.
Now, I would ask the dog, but I am not a whisperer. But I'll ask you, why Karen Reed? Why this case?
Injustice. Sandra Birchmore has a lot to do with this. Same cast of characters. And the police will not police themselves, and that's why I'm here.
Okay.
Justice for John O'Keefe.
Gotcha.
And Louis, too.
And Louis the dog. All right. I've interviewed some young people. You're obviously young. Why Karen Reed?
Well, I heard about this case. I was here last summer, and just looking at all the evidence, it's just blatantly obvious that everything is just corrupt, and I wanted to be a part of a movement so that she's free. And it's not fair, and we're gonna be here until it happens.
Is this the first time you've ever been a part of something like this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and my brother's a police officer, and so it's hard to, try to see flaws in police officers because
What does your brother have to say about this?
Free Karen Reed.
Oh,
Wow.
I know
Okay.
that's right.
Ted, so I think we got a flavor for it, and I've been hearing similar stories over and over again. It's about corruption, or it could be me. I've heard that refrain again and again and again. If you want to go back in time, though, logistically, how do they hear about the case? How do they find out about it? You have to go back to Turtle Boy. That's where it really started.
go.
And it started locally, but as you know and I know, it's grown nationally now, here second time around. And I've spoken to people from out of state who have flown in to be here for the verdict as well. So I think that's the best way to explain it. People find a relatability that it could have been me, and there is a growing mistrust of the government and a level of skepticism. And a level of skepticism, obviously, in our system of justice is always very healthy. That's the way our founders set it up, that prosecutors, investigators have to have the evidence. They've got to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And here, folks, I think, believe there's a lot of doubt.
Yeah, and I think there's some historical skepticism in that pocket that is maybe exceeds other areas of the country, which when you did have somebody calling out the Turtle Boy scenario, it gave that initial, like, all right, I'm going to look into this as an individual. And guess what? If you're honest with yourself, no matter where you stand on this, if you look into this case just a bit, you do see at the least a horrible investigation and horrible behavior from the people who were charged with figuring out the truth. And that the combination gets people's attention and gets their emotions running. Vinny, we'll check in with you in just a bit. We'll get a break. But first, we've been waiting to see what Franz Borkert thinks. He's a criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, and a friend of this show. I look forward, Franz, to your assessment of where we are, the questions, all of it. Put it from your perspective, what's going to happen, and where do you think this jury is?
It is.
So I think we're going to get a note this afternoon saying we can't come to a decision. I think the judge at that point will charge them, do an Allen charge. But I predicted it this morning, Ted, and I know nobody wants to hear me say this. I think they're going to be hung as to whatever count they're hung on. I think the defense will have learned its lesson and ask for clarity on if there was unanimous decisions on any other counts. And jeopardy will attach if there is, in fact, an acquittal as to those counts. But I'm suspecting at this point it is looking highly likely.
Hold on, Ronnie. Thank you for the super chat. Ronnie said if we hit 10K by July 1st, that's like 2 weeks away. She is giving away a custom blinged out tumbler made by Ronnie. Thank you, Ronnie. She blings. Grab a friend or 5. Subscribe and comment bling me on Mel's unboxing TikTok video. Let's hit 10K together. Roll to 10K. Thank you so much, Ronnie. I'll go get my tumbler. I'll go get my cup that she did for me and bring it up so that you all are able to see it. Or you really could just go to that unboxing video. I'll go pin it on my TikTok. Reply to the super chat. I'll go reply on that video. I'm going to go make it I'm going to pin it to my profile so that you guys can see it and it's right there. Thank you, Ronnie. Y'all know Ronnie did my Crocs. She did my Crocs. I have some pins right here. And she did a really, really beautiful cup for me that says Millionaire Mel. Kika, thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Ronnie, thank you so much for supporting this channel. Thank you for the giveaway. Y'all know I'm going to do a virtual housewarming, so we'll announce the winner at the virtual housewarming. Because I did do my Amazon wish list. I'm going to post it this week, and I'm just going to do a virtual housewarming with all of you guys and maybe have some friends over too. But yes, we're on the road to 10K. I'm almost there. It's less than 300. I'm less than 300 away.
Highly likely for a hung jury.
So what about the note saying what if we come to a not guilty? Do you think that was complete hypothetical, or do you think they indeed have come to not guilty unanimous verdicts on 2 of the 3?
So the problem with notes is always, at first glance, it looks like, hey, they're probably at an acquittal for 2 of these counts. But we don't know if that was one juror, if that was a small group of jurors, if it was a minority of jurors, and then there were some holdouts. So we don't know what we don't know, right? It is the classic, we can read tea leaves all we want to, but Ted, having done this for 20 years, I've had cases where they come out with a question and I thought, oh, they're about to acquit my client. And then 5 minutes later, they convict him. So at first blush, yeah, it looks like they're going to acquit on some counts.
Okay, I pinned.
But we don't know what we don't know. And the problem is the longer they're in there and the longer.
Now, Caitlin just gifted 10 Millionaire Mail memberships. I appreciate it, Caitlin. Y'all cutting up today. Y'all must feel the spirit of a verdict today, because y'all in a real good mood. Thank you, Caitlin, so much for gifting those 10 memberships. Y'all been here long enough to know if you're gifted a membership, please make sure you thank Caitlin in the chat. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, mods, for all that you guys are doing. I appreciate it. Thank you.
The longer it's quiet and we don't have questions, the more it becomes a question of, well, man, those questions yesterday really did seem like they were focused on the OUI. And if it was just an OUI issue, it seems like that would have been resolved already. And it hasn't been. Now, that all being said, at any minute that clock can stop. Yes. So I'm looking at the weather. I got a 50% chance of rain, a 50% chance of it's not going to rain. So we're all going to wait and see. But I'm leaning towards hung jury, Ted.
All right, let's get a break. We'll get you back into the fray outside of the courthouse. You can see on the verdict clock, the deliberation clock, it is now eclipsed 18 hours and counting that this jury has been working to decide the fate of Karen Reed. Vinny, amongst the sea of pink. We'll get back to him right after this.
We're getting you ready for the biggest trials across the country before...
Brianna, what exactly do you think they're eating for lunch that is so good? Mikhail, I've been stuck at 54, 54.8 for weeks. And I haven't been posting consistently. And that's just because with the move, I'm tired. I start back working out, gym, all of this. I just have to get an actual schedule down pat. And that's all it is. I just do think you have to be consistent. I saw a content creator say that you really just need to talk. What's going on in your life if you really want to do content creation. But I do think it helps to be talking about something that you love. And it's not just about posting 3 times a day. You have to have content that people want to engage with. You can tell me a year ago that there are people who would really want to sit and talk to me all day. You couldn't tell me that, but my people have found me. And your people just got to find you, but your content has to be, people have to want to engage with your content, right? So yeah, she said it's not the lunch, it's just the free. What the hell is dwork? Mikhail, I know dwork is not what I'm thinking right now, because stop playing in this live at this moment. Okay? Listen, Lexi, I appreciate that. I enjoy talking to y'all all the time. Like I'll tell you, it's not a day, baby. I was in the shower this morning. I'm talking about I was singing and happy. I love what I am doing right now. And I just feel like, I just want to be better at it. I want to bring you guys more, not just the lives, because I actually want to do some other content. So I am looking for my desk right now. I want a different desk because I'm going to put it in my room this time. So at some point this will all be decorated, this whole area. But there is more that I feel that I can offer. I really want to start my in-person interviews. I have some lined up. They're just waiting on me. So I think the month after this trial is over, I'll take some time to really sit out and plan the interviews for the summer. So yeah. Please come get him, because I know that's not what he was talking about. Okay. Brianna said, you have motivated me to get back in the gym and I am feeling good. Brianna, I'm happy that I could motivate you. Brianna, let me take this screen off and show you what I do in the gym. At least 10 times while I'm in the gym right now, Brianna. I haven't worked out in like 2 years. I'm not lying. I'm not exaggerating. I used to at least do yoga, stretch, hadn't even done that. So my body is beat. I'm in the gym like this. I'm not crying for real. I'm in the gym like that a lot. Okay? Hey, Bia. I am in the gym. Damn, I think a tear coming for real. I must have had a flashback about the last time I was in there. But I am in that gym hurting. But every time I'm in there, I do push through. I get through my workouts. I haven't been taking pre-workout, which I should be. I think somebody just FaceTimed me. Hold on, y'all. I hadn't taken the pre-workout. I thought somebody FaceTimed me. That's Kylie. But man, y'all, the gym has been kicking my butt. But I really, really want to be that. Hold on, y'all. Sorry, y'all. Hey, Kylie. Good morning.
Hi.
I'm working, girl. You just woke up?
Yeah.
Oh, you look so pretty.
I just had some breakfast.
You're making breakfast?
No, I already had some, but you was not answer the phone.
Oh, I didn't answer. I saw you called me 3 times. I apologize. My chat said, "Hey, Kylie."
Hey.
I'm on my live. We're still.
I know.
Oh, you know I'm on my live. If you know I'm on my live, then why you share your screen?
Oh, sorry.
I said, why you sharing your screen? Look like you're about to get to business or something.
I'm going to do something.
Oh, okay. Well, can I call you when I get off?
Okay.
Okay, I'll call you when I get off. I love you.
Love you too. All
right, bye, pretty girl. Girl, now she says she knows I'm on my live, but called me 3 times. I was like, I think my phone is ringing because they all should be on Do Not Disturb right now. But yeah, she like, oh, just start sharing her screen, went scroll on over to YouTube. but anyway, like that girl is funny. But like I was saying, y'all, I just I working out has been hard, child. Hold up. Kendra said, hold on, Kendra. Doing your workout and magnesium at night. I need to get some because as I was unpacking, I noticed that, of course, all of my stuff is old. I need to go get new vitamins. Thank you, Jenny. But she just, y'all, Kylie's at home, summertime. She hasn't started summer camp yet. I cried on my walk to the gym the whole way. If I didn't want this stomach gone and my butt bigger, I wouldn't be there. Listen, I'm going to tell you, when I'm in the gym, y'all, I look at my butt and it could be the leggings. I'm just like, okay, my butt. I know I'm going to lose a little of my butt when I lose weight because as I gain weight, sometimes that's where it goes. I'm like, oh, my butt looks good, but I do need to lift it. And like, I just want to be more fit. You know, I know you guys are going to say I'm crazy, but I often think about the fact if there's a zombie apocalypse, I can't run away from the zombies. I can't run away from the zombies, and I'm gonna be tired. Okay. I'm gonna be tired. And I want to be in shape. Okay. I need to at least be able to run, and I've got to run with Barchi. All right, I got to run with Barchi on my back. So, listen, y'all. I'm trying to get in shape. Okay, I'm trying to get in shape. Stephanie, I was just talking to my god sister. I was telling her, like, you know, next year, like for my 40th is in 2 years, but I might go ahead and get a tummy tuck, okay? Megan said you'll have your horse. Megan, I got to learn how to ride the horse first, okay? Somebody adrenaline gonna carry you through the run. Y'all just don't get it. Y'all need to be in shape. I want you guys to be saved, okay? I don't want any of you guys caught up by the zombies. If you watch The Walking Dead, do y'all remember Michonne? Y'all know who I'm talking about, who Rick started dating? Baby, that lady used to just pop out and do push-ups. Okay? She used to just be down there doing one-armed push-ups. I said, baby, you weren't going to catch her slipping. I'm just saying, I need y'all to get up. Y'all got to get in shape. And Jiggy, I do the treadmill. I think the other day, we do the treadmill. Mariah has a whole workout. We do abs every day. She got this little cute little ab machine off TikTok shop. So she has that. We do the treadmill, depending on if we're doing legs or arms, full body. But she has a workout that does last about 2 hours. And she hardly gives you a break. You got to start now, Jaleesa. You guys, what I learned about my something that I learned. I used to tell my mom, like, why can't you, take care of yourself for us? Because you're not just living for yourself, you're living for your children too. And unfortunately, she didn't take care of herself. And I love my babies and I want to be here as long as I can. If I leave this earth, I don't want it to be because I didn't take care of my body. I've never been a person who eats super crazy, but you've got to work out. You've got to take care of your body. And I just want to be I want to be in shape. Jaleesa, text me. I'll tell Mariah to send it to you. But yeah. But Erica, I don't feel that way. I feel like we get a really great workout in. And 45 minutes, I typically I think after I get back in shape, I can do an hour and be good. But right now, I don't mind it. I'm exercising my muscles. And most people, I'm looking at them in the gym. Hell, they in the gym around the same time as me. So, but I ain't gonna lie to y'all, like every time I've been at gym, I know the gym people probably think I'm crazy because I look at a random person and say, help me. Mariah's like, Mama, you so dramatic. Mariah says, like, Mama, you're too dramatic, okay? I did realize I enjoy working out with people instead of alone. Ken, now that I'm looking at my chat, can you tell me if you're the Ken I asked about earlier? I just need to make sure, because I don't remember seeing it. But I like working out with a trainer, but I agree with Mariah. I like working out with Mariah. It's not pressure. Like my workouts are targeted towards me. I'm not walking in the gym because I used to do group workout. I think it was like $200 a month. Okay, Ken said, I missed it. Ken, I just asked if you're the same Ken on TikTok who has a son who just moved to the Carolinas. Yes. So, but yeah, I'm about to be a Ken doll by August. Why August? I like walking. Okay, yep, that's me. Okay, Ken, I just like to match the people from YouTube across the socials. And Ken, I would like to say, I see you've been doing a lot of conversation pieces on your TikTok that I do think have been really great, especially you talking about the grief of your sister. I really enjoyed your content. Just want to say that. I want to make sure it was the right person. But yeah, Mariah's workouts, I enjoy her workouts. So not at the time. I don't enjoy them at the time. I wouldn't lie to you guys. I don't enjoy them while I'm doing them. After they're over, I do. Your 35th? Mikhail, I want to do one for my 40th. Yes, Ken, I've enjoyed it. Paris, I think at some point I'm going to start because our gym has classes too. It's just that, I'm streaming. So if they do some early classes, maybe I'll start there. Mikhail, please stop. But I plan to do something similar for my 40th. That's why I need to be in shape. And I'm starting now. So 2 years from now, I should be able to have on my little mini skirt and you can see my quads. You can see my calf muscles. Like you can see all of that. You've been asking for, what do you want, Missy? Because Mariah has a plan I can send you. She has this like 5-day split. I can send you that. Paris, now we haven't made it yet, but Mariah asked if we could start getting up at 5 and going to the gym. And I said, yeah. Now, one day she said she woke up and she said it was arm day and she said, forget it. But I would love to be up at 5. I would love to. I start going to bed. I go to bed at like midnight. I'd love to be up at 5. Okay. Missy, do you want the workout? Are you saying you want it? Aaron, I can send you the 5-day split.
In his familiar post. Matt, let's start with what you're observing outside and in the mood today.
Just moments ago, I saw a number of state police officers exit the courthouse here behind me. They were discussing things with some of those court clerks and also the security at the courthouse. There's a growing number of security that we're noticing around the courtroom and around the courthouse here. So that is very significant. Not sure if that indicates anything. I'm not hearing word that any of the parties have been summoned back to the courtroom for any questions or verdict. But the crowd out here, it is growing, and everyone out here anticipating there could be a verdict this afternoon. At least that's what they're hoping for, especially after the news of that new amended verdict form, which we'll talk about in just a minute. But outside the courthouse as well, you know, we were seeing all of the parties assemble, coming and going from the courthouse today as the jury was being questioned and then sent back off for more of their deliberations on this day for 18 hours, 18 minutes is where we're at right now. So far, no questions today. But we did see the arrival of course, this defendant, Karen Reed, who was not speaking during this deliberation period. But I did ask her how she's doing.
Because for the sake of me making sure I don't miss anyone, I'm posting it right now on my story so that you guys can have it. Just screenshot it because hold on, y'all. I can't send it. Oh, y'all can't even. I don't know if y'all can read this. Let me see. Hold up, y'all. This too much. I gotta break it up. Hold up. This too much. Let me see. Somebody tell me, can y'all read that? I posted it. Tell me, can you read that on my story? Tell me, can y'all read what I just posted? Oh, you can make it bigger. Y'all can read it. Screenshot it, make it bigger. You can read it. Hey, everybody that's joining. And I really love the fact that so many of you guys are like on this journey too. Will make it so much easier. I will tell you the hardest part has been making sure that I'm eating on a regular basis. You know, you got to speed your metabolism up and eat right. So I've been doing stuff like I made salmon and Brussels sprouts one night. The next day when I told y'all, hey, y'all, I'm having lunch, I was having a salmon salad. Then maybe like the next day, that's what I had. I've been just doing my best not to eat out. I'm having pretty much the same breakfast every morning, 2 sausage patties, eggs, and a waffle, or I might have a protein shake. If I'm running late, I may have a protein shake. My snacks have been like peaches, yogurt, and granola, something like that. So I've been really trying to do that. You can zoom in, T. I just saw it. You can zoom in. The clock has not stopped. Shannon, please stop playing it here.
Today and how she feels about day 4. Let's play it.
Shannon, please stop.
Karen, good morning. How are you feeling today?
Feel good. Feel good, Matt.
Baby, Karen looks good in this.
And again, you know, all of the attorneys, they are under gag order. That's a difference from the first trial. This retrial, they're not able to answer any of our questions, even though sometimes we try. As for the O'Keefe family, they are.
Destin, YouTube literally just emailed me. I was checking my email. YouTube just emailed all of like in their creator group about using the pages and how we can use stuff with our community. So I need to sit down and do it, but I did save the email. They just emailed. I don't even know how to post, how people post pictures and updates. I got to figure all of that out. So hopefully after this trial is done, I'm in a more stable place. I can go ahead and do that.
Are all dressed in blue in solidarity. I have not seen them return to the courthouse since everyone went their separate ways as the deliberation process continued. There they are right there making their way into the courthouse. with state police escort like we've seen during this deliberation process over the past 4 days. I have seen them dressing in blue each and every day. We have also seen just a handful of O'Keefe and Officer O'Keefe supporters outside the courthouse. There could be more, as there are also people in plain clothes, not just the folks dressed in pink. Oh, that was just someone waving, riling up the crowd. For the most part, the crowd has been very quiet, especially when this defendant has been here. As for Camp Reed, the spokesperson of the family appears to be the father, and we've seen that through trial 1 and through trial 2. Here's his reaction as we are in this verdict watch earlier this morning. Take a listen. How you feeling today?
Hopeful, prayerful, looking forward to it.
All right, so that's what Bill Reed telling myself as he crossed the street, as all parties were assembling this morning. Yesterday, he was telling me that he, his wife, and along with Karen Reed, the defendant, they've been spending a lot of their time during these deliberations in prayer.
Yeah. Matt, we've covered a lot of trials, and in every courthouse is a little bit different in terms of communication with the public, with the media. Sometimes when a jury has a verdict, they push a button and there's a buzzer. Sometimes it's a PIO that comes out. Sometimes it's a bailiff. Sometimes it's a court-appointed member of the staff that says, hey, we have a verdict, we have this, there's a question. There's none of that here. We're literally looking for SUVs driving down the street.
Right. Well, you know, for starters, this courthouse here behind me in Dedham Square, a historic part of our country, it turns 300 years old on 4th of July. So that tells you something. So we don't have a light system let's set up anytime that the jury has a question. There is no PA system. All parties make it your way back to the courtroom. There's a question or there is a verdict. None of that like we see in modern courtrooms. But I can tell you this much. Paul Zenzel is our photographer on the inside. He's been the pool photographer for trial 1 and trial 2. He's seen both of these juries. He tells me that this jury not dressed up today on day 4 of deliberations. A lot of times you'll see a jury get dressed up, wear their best suit, wear button-up shirts. This jury tends to be a bit casual, and that hasn't changed today. But we did see a change in the verdict form, which I alluded to, especially the second charge. Let's put it up on your screen. So the jury today, they are deliberating with an amended form, which includes a lot of brackets and a lot of added instruction that they didn't have until now. I'm not going to read the whole thing for you. I posted it on X, formerly Twitter. But, you know, it basically says, check one or both and then move on, because there's a lot of lessers included in the second charge, which is that manslaughter charge while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So there's a lot more instruction and just basically walking this jury through, we hope, what they need to do to reach a resolution and hopefully get through what they may be stumped on. And there's an indication that they might be stumped on this second charge because of the questions that were submitted to the court yesterday. Let's listen.
What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.?
Thank you, Lexis.
The second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge?
This jury might also be wondering about perception, not only this crowd, but this community that remains divided, because there was a fourth question yesterday. Mid-afternoon, they submitted a question and all parties were summoned back. Take a look at your screen. Right here it is. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but cannot agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1? The judge sent back a note saying this is a theoretical question. We cannot answer it. And, you know, per the law here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, she cannot. But it depending on how you read the tea leaves, Ted, that's where the jury was left yesterday.
Matt, turn around. Is that an increased presence of law enforcement on the steps, or is that about normal?
You know, it's hard to tell because it is an increased presence of law enforcement around the courthouse. That's state police that maintain the buffer zone. So they are in the blue and electric. So those are the guys dressed in full blue. They have the hats. You usually see them with a crowd of supporters down here. The people in the white shirts, that is court staff, court security. Those are basically the bailiffs, as you would call them in other states. There is an increased number of them for this trial overall. Have I seen more of them in the past couple days? Yes. Have I seen more today than yesterday? No. But occasionally they step outside on the steps out there and they survey the crowd. But again, I did see state police just leave the courthouse moments before you came to me. Is that indicating anything? Is there any movement? There might be this hour. We just haven't gotten word yet.
They also factor in, as Vinny said, the person sort of prepping the crowd was out again, reminding people of the decorum instructions just right before we went to the last break last hour. So there could be something brewing. That's the bottom line. And but that's verdict watches. You never know. Matt is going to tell us instantly, obviously, if he sees anything. Matt, thank you. We'll be checking in with you momentarily. Let's bring in criminal defense attorney Eric Faddis. Eric, what's your take on this whole thing, factoring in the questions, et cetera?
Yeah, Ted, so these, the questions are important because they can kind of give a glimpse sometimes into what the jury's thinking about, what direction the jury might be going. You know, here, they're asking about the time frame of the offense because, you know, this was a series of events that happened over time, and the government has to make sure they charged it correctly in terms of the time of the offense. On top of that, it appears there's some obvious confusion about the lesser offenses and how the jury's supposed to go about, hey, if we don't decide guilty on one, what do we do with two? And then do we go down the line? That's a problem potentially for the court. And it's a problem potentially if there's a conviction. Some of this confusion could lead to grounds for appeal later in arguing that the jury didn't really know what they were supposed to do back there, which after a months-long trial is a tremendous issue for the court.
I want to play for you a bit of an interview that Vinny did with one of the sitting jurors, the deliberating jurors in Karen Reed 1. And in this, he's talking about the debate that they had over, when you factor in the questions of this one, it might be the same debate that this jury's having, and that is that manslaughter charge. Here's what he said to Vinny when he came forward a few months ago.
As you all were focusing in on that second count, what was the debate there? What were you looking at, and how close were you? What charge were you considering in that second count?
I believe that most of us felt that she was operating a vehicle under the influence of alcohol, and that played into it. However, to some individuals, there was reasonable doubt on the mechanism to which Mr. O'Keefe actually succumbed and died. So I think that had a play as well. So those were some of the factors that were being discussed in that jury room.
Eric, I mean, if you're watching this trial, you watched the first trial, if you know this case, that's kind of what everybody has to grapple with, right? Was she drinking and driving? I think it's pretty safe to say, yeah. You know, given the video of her drinking at the two different bars. Did she kill John O'Keefe? That's the issue. And did she actually hit him? And if she did that cause his death, or was it something else? It makes sense what they were dealing with last time. Is it too much of a leap to think that this jury might be grappling over the exact same scenario?
That's my read on it. Hearing this former juror from round one talk about the debate regarding causation, the causation of John O'Keefe's death. You know, the prosecution has to prove not only for that charge that Karen Reed was drunk driving, but also that she took measures to bring about the death of this man. And so, you know, perhaps there are some jurors back there who are saying, hey, you know, drunk driving, that's pretty solid. But was this a vehicle strike? Did John O'Keefe succumb to other injuries or some other event that actually took his life separate and apart from Karen Reed's actions? And if they're debating that, it sounds like they are close to, or at least considering reasonable doubt or a possible hung jury on that charge, which I'll mention is the lesser offense as compared to charge one. And so a lot of dissension, it sounds like, back in that jury room, or maybe they're just being overly thorough, sometimes hard to tell.
Yeah, absolutely. You get, though, into the several days and several hours, dissension becomes usually the scenario on some level. And it doesn't mean it's, you know, they're screaming at each other. It's just that camps form, right? You form a camp, you get an opinion, you stick with it. And
well, double A, I just think that it's good that if we're at a point where we're just thinking, hey, she was driving drunk, they don't believe the state has proved that she hit him or she did anything to him. So maybe someone is considering that he went into the house.
In a high-profile case, you may see people stick with their opinions even more so than they would in a case that they don't think anybody's watching. Let's get a break. When we come back, we'll hear more from that juror, from Karen Reed 1, what they went through in the deliberation room. They ended up not being able to figure out how to fill out the verdict form. This jury likely won't have that issue, but they seem to be possibly debating that same thing, that manslaughter charge. 18 hours, 30 minutes and counting. Okay. Stay with us.
Now, whose verdict clock are we going to believe? Because Lauren Crime's verdict clock right now is at 17 hours, 59 minutes. They are at least 31 minutes ahead of the Lauren Crime clock. I just don't know what's taking them so long at this point. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna call Miss J right now. Let's see. No, let me get this one. I'm gonna call Miss J. See how she doing over there. I don't get it either, y'all. I don't know what's taking them so long at this point. Maybe they're trying to iron out that DUI or something, but that's the only thing. That's the only thing I can see. Okay, she'll call me back. That's the only thing. You think someone's holding out? Well, Maris, I don't know about manslaughter because based on the questions, it sounds like they're all the way. It sounds like they're at OUI. Oh, thank you, Pretty. I don't know this to be true. I'm not in the jury room, but it almost feels like the debate is her driving drunk. That's what it feels like, right? It feels like they're just stuck on was she driving drunk? Did they prove she was driving drunk? I almost feel like I don't think they stuck on the let's just hope. Because you could be right. They could be stuck right there. But it sounds like they might be stuck on the driving drunk. On the driving drunk part. Now, if she would have gotten stopped by a police officer on her way to John O'Keefe's home, there was a sobriety test, she failed it, boom, then okay, we can prove she drove drunk and that's it. But we don't have that. So why are they stuck right there? Jiggy, I don't think we should be going with the DUI. I don't. Forrest said the ice cream truck just went by the courthouse. That's a good sign. Okay, she said, did we see Jessica M's tweet this morning about she was behind the juror's door and could hear them and it was nothing but laughs and positive. Something to that. How the hell is she able to be by the juror's doors? Okay, Mary said, I don't see the OUI being this long. That's my issue. That it's a non-issue and should be fixed by now. Like, put not guilty and move on with your life. Like, damn, it might be an issue for someone. So a lot of people seem to think that hold on, Nikki. A lot of people seem to think it is there's an older woman on the jury, and maybe she is who has to be convinced that you can't find her guilty of the drinking, right? When it comes to the OUI, someone back there is probably saying, look at all those drinks she had. She had to be drunk. But what they have to remember is we can't go based off of assumptions. I really do feel like we could think she was drunk as a skunk. But how do we prove she was drunk as a skunk? She made it from 34 Fairview to John's house with no accidents. On the video, she was stopping at red lights. Clearly, she said she stopped at a stop sign. So I think we have to factor those things in. So maybe someone back there is just like, I know they're probably saying, I know I would have been towed up if that was me. You're not Karen. And it seems like they drink as a sport in Canton. It seems like everybody drinks all the time. So you have to think about that. And Nikki says, Mel, I think they're stuck on the OUI because Bev withheld the question because it seemed that way to her as well. I think so too, Nikki. I hope what we were just talking about answers your question. I agree. She said, after running, I'm tending to think people in that community aren't really that right. One of the things that I hate about trials now, and I don't know how we'll be able to fix this or how we will remedy this. Social media, newspapers, right? Newspapers were coming out daily. They weren't like, now you've got about 150 to 200 content creators talking about the same subject, right? And there are some really big creators talking about this case. How do we ensure the jury is not tainted by this information? It's not like the judges are saying we can track what you're doing. We know, right? We know what everybody in your family's talking about. How do we really sequester a jury without, how do we ensure this jury is not looking at stuff and that they're not being tainted, right? Hell, some of these jurors could have been in the anti-Karen Reed lives. They could have been in the free Karen Reed lives. We don't know. But there is a possibility that they are seeing more than what they're seeing in trial. How do we fix that going forward? I don't know. I don't know how we fix that going forward. So there's that too. I don't know if I believe Higgins did it. Yes, goodness, when the wind blows. Hold up. When the wind blows, they drink. If someone sneezes, they drink. All of them drunks. I think they drink a lot. Right. They could be in this live, pretty. We just don't know. And I like to think that they are really in there ironing out the facts. I love to think that the jury may get it wrong, but they are the fact finders. It is about what they believe. It's not about what Melanie says when she goes live with the millionaires. It's not about that. It's about what they believe after hearing the evidence. Right? That's it. That's what it is. Now, do I wish they would have moved faster? And am I a person who can't wait to see what the hang up was? If they come back with not guilties across the board, I can't wait. I want to hear what the hang up was. Tell me who was it? Tell me who was in there talking about she did it. Tell me. So yeah, King Jiggy, I don't know who did it, but I do believe something happened to him in that house. And it's not just and I'm not saying this because I just overly believe Karen's innocent. I'm saying this based on evidence that has been brought up in this trial. Specifically, Ryan Nagel, first trial, second trial, him, Heather, and Ricky, who was driving. They did not see, I don't know if I want to put Ricky in there, but they didn't see anyone in that car. The dome light was on. They didn't see anyone in that car. Karen said John went to make sure it was okay for her to come in. I think he was already gone. And if they had been drinking, hell, they could have pulled up and started looking in their phones. They did not see anyone in that car. Then I look at his body. The science, the silent witness. That man's body did not look like he was hit by a car. Even if he had no broken bones, damn, we can't even get a fracture on the arm, not even a bruise. We've got all of these scratches that you want to attribute to the taillight piece, but no DNA on none of the pieces. You didn't lock down the crime scene. I'm wondering why he was not, why didn't he suffer from hypothermia? He was outside in the freezing cold. No coat on. He didn't have on a coat. Like, we have to think about these things. It's a no-brainer to me. Shataka. Police dogs are trained to take the arm out. It's just too much. I just can't come. I can't tell you what happened that night, and that is the purest form of reasonable doubt. I can't tell you. Missing a shoe, Krona. We saw that crash test dummy get hit at higher speeds and still had both shoes on. Why was his shoe? Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Do you guys, I'm just thinking of this. If y'all have already said this in the chat, okay. You remember Lucky saw the truck right in front of the flagpole where we would assume someone was blocking the view as they put his body out. I know we've always felt like the shoe probably, it fell off at some point. If they were getting him out the car, and this is a heavy man, right? This is a big man, 200 and some odd pounds. And that one shoe fell as they were taking him out of the car, especially if it was one person dragging him out of the car. That shoe fell off. It very easily could explain why it was found where it was found. Yes. I know we've always said they put this stuff out there, but just thinking about the fact of that car being out there, pulling him out of this car, losing the shoe, the DNA on it, Kika, come on. Why didn't we test the DNA of everyone inside the house just to exclude them? I can't tell you what happened either, Mickey, but I can tell you she did not hit him with a car. You think the shoe was put there that morning? Forrest said he thinks the shoe was put there that morning. Brian Higgins put him outside after Brian Albert put him outside after Higgins called him. My only issue with that is Lucky. Lucky was out there at 3, between 3 and 4, and nothing was out there. Never thought of him being put or dragged out of a car. Yeah, then his hat really could have been on his head and just dropped it right there. I don't know what happened to this man. It pisses me off just as much as the JonBenet Ramsey case pisses me off. What the hell happened? What happened? They never secured that crime scene, Brianna. If the police would have done a better investigation, I think we will be having a totally different conversation about this case, right? Maybe there'd be some other people on trial and not Karen, but they did such a terrible job, right? They did such a terrible job. Forrest, I'm wondering if that call over was she's here, like she's at my house. She knows that he's missing. She wants to come over there. Because just maybe they thought Karen was drunk and she wouldn't get up. It was a snowstorm. Or she'd be mad because they knew she left. Maybe they thought she'd wait a little longer. I don't know. It should have. I don't know, but I know Karen messed this up for them. Okay, y'all, let me get back.
Brutal murders of 4.
Okay, let's look at law and crimes. Verdict watch. Okay, we know they're a little behind, but they're at 18 hours finally now. Erica, I just wish the family would have been demanding the police do a more thorough investigation. Karen's awake looking for John. Amanda, I think Karen looking for him the way she was looking for him, it wasn't like a text, hey, have you heard from John? It was complete panic. I'm going to say this. If I don't want Guff, that's a good question. If my daughter, who's 19, we share locations, and if she tells me I'm going to be there at 7 o'clock, now because I'm always all over, if I look at my phone at 7:30 and she's not here, I'm checking her location or I'm going to text. I want to figure out what's going on. Right? I'm going to figure out what's going on. Now, if I were to fall asleep and she say, I'm going to be there at 7, if I were to fall asleep, let's say I wake up at 1 a.m. and my child is not here. Before I check her location, I'm going to pick up the phone and call. And I need to know where you are because you told me you were going to be here. You're not here. I need to figure it out. Now, Karen was probably drunk, and that's why she immediately went to, oh my God, what if he got hit? Maybe she asked that question because she knew she left him. Maybe she's thinking he would have walked home. I don't know what she was thinking, but I do know she was under the influence. So maybe just this is not his norm. He's not going to spend. He's not going to spend the night away from home. So she immediately panicked. A lot of people are overreact. A lot of people overreact. And at this, I mean, it's just unfortunate that she wasn't overreacting. Something really happened to him.
In the case against Karen Reed and in courthouses across this country. So this jury who's deliberating now upwards of 19 hours, they'll have the day off tomorrow if they can't come to a unanimous decision in the case against Karen Reed. Will that factor into the process today? A lot of times when a jury is on deliberating on a Friday, that weekend does matter. They come to an agreement. Someone who's holding out says, fine, I got to go home for the weekend. I think this is different. They've been at it for so long, and they realize the stakes are so high. They have not been sequestered. They get it. They know that this entire community is waiting their decision. I think that day off won't matter to them. Let's bring in crime and justice correspondent Matt.
Kiki, I hope you are doing well, friend.
Off any movement you see of significance.
Yeah, you know, just a few moments ago, Ted, there was movement at the courthouse here behind me. This crowd got completely silent, very quiet out here as we were watching a lot of the law enforcement make their way back up into the courthouse along those steps over there. You see them waiting up on top, a few of these, you know, French and Electric. That's the color blue. So that's their nickname here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, these state police officers that have been here through the duration of the trial. And we have a growing number of supporters here on the courthouse steps over in front of me. And, you know, who descended the courthouse steps was our pool photographer, Paul Zenzel, who I've been telling you about, and he's been watching this jury very closely. He gives you those shots of the fan because there is no official seal in this courtroom, in this historic courthouse. And he told me he left the building because we're on a lunch break right now. So the jury, it's still unclear whether or not they're deliberating through lunch, but they could still be talking about the case. We know that. But so far, we are at nearly 19 hours on day 4 of these deliberations in this retrial. And a lot to go over for this jury, Ted, as you know. Yes. 8 weeks of testimony from nearly 50 witnesses. And then, you know, this jury was sent back with boxes of evidence and you know, the clothing from Officer O'Keefe. And this year, something new, which was also significant, those big blown up x-rays. The first jury didn't even see x-rays, but they were blown up versions, life size, of his body that are back there in that deliberating room with them.
Yeah, it is much different. We were just talking about the difference in the cases. Similar in 80, 90% of it, but different as well, just the way they were presented from the witness selection, the attorneys arguing this time around, et cetera, et cetera. I've got a practical question, Matt. How are you and the rest of these people going to the bathroom? I mean, there's a ton, there's like hundreds of people sitting in the street.
Okay. Okay, I'll tell you. You know, I mean, you know, people at home probably wonder stuff like that, right? Like the behind the scenes aspect of it all. So there are 2 restrooms inside the building over here, but you have to go through a lot of security to get on the other side. The men's restroom is near the holding area of the inmates when they're brought in to this particular facility that's 300 years old. The bathroom is not that old, but it's a little strange. There's a shower in the men's restroom. Not quite sure why. But where I am at the Registry of Deeds across the street, there are restrooms here. On the back side in Dedham Square, on the other side of this historic courthouse, there is a library. So there are various public buildings where people are going, because you're right. I mean, the infrastructure is not set up for hundreds and hundreds of people to line the streets here in Dedham Square as we wait on this verdict watch.
Yeah, I mean, I thought to myself, because you've seen all these people, I've been here all day and I'm not leaving, you know. I was like, oh, boy, okay. So good. That problem solved, and that answers a question that I had. I don't know if any viewers had it or not.
Well, you know why you have that question more so than other people is because you've been in these shoes. Like, you know what it's like to cover breaking news and to cover a historic event and true crime cases, right? Because you're actually in front of the camera when you're on TV, but then you're standing here and you're working the crowd and you don't get any breaks throughout the day. It's like a double shift plus some. Right. And that's a big factor because, you know, you're drinking a lot of coffee to get through the day. And sometimes, you know, you need a place to go.
Absolutely. All right. So I guess the breaking headline at this hour is that they are at a lunch break. We're letting the deliberation clock go because, to Matt's point, we don't know if they're still deliberating. A lot of juries prefer to get their lunches, sit at the table, and continue to talk over the meal. Others want their space, so they go to their separate ways. But because we're not getting the information that we do in other cases out of this courthouse, we've decided just let's leave it running until we're told something definitive. Matt, stand by. We will check back with Matt throughout the day, of course. Let's bring in Eric Faddis. And Eric, this case, we're talking about it last hour. Why do you think so many people are so invested? What is it that has not only, you know, people watch the documentaries, that's fine. A lot of cases, a lot of those get watched. But it's not very often that people put their pink shirts on and head out to a local courthouse and stand and or sit for 8-9 hours because of some criminal case. And oh, by the way, the victim is a police officer, and the lion's share of the people out there are supporting the defendant.
A lot of factors at play, and just for the record, Ted, I have that bathroom question too, so thank you for asking him that. Yeah, when it comes to just the intrigue that has come with this case, you know, there's a romantic element that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were romantic partners. They were going through a tough patch, it seemed, and I think that brings folks in. On top of that, there is the police aspect. This isn't just any decedent. It is a public servant who served the city city of Boston and kept people safe, devoted his life to that. You add to that the level of possible police corruption, especially in the first trial. Defense was suggesting that these fellow officers inside the Albert House may have done something nefarious and killed one of their own and tried to cover it up. So when you add in that sort of constellation of different themes, and then on top of that, Karen Reed's public-facing persona, which has been only more prominent in this second trial, I think it has gripped a lot of folks. There's a possibility in some folks' minds of a wrongful conviction or of someone sort of slithering out of responsibility for killing someone. All those things make for a lot of interest in the case.
Yeah, I think you hit it. Yeah, that's you're right. In fact, we're going to talk. We'll get a break here. We're going to talk about Karen Reed out front and how it was used against her interviews during this case. We'll get a break now. Almost.
Aaron said he's turning red. I think. Well, I'll speak for myself. I was like, I don't want to cover the Karen Reed trial. It seems to be a lot. I'm like, man, it's a lot of discourse. If you're on X, it was a lot, but it just kept coming across my X timeline. Excuse me. I decided to jump in to kind of see what people were talking about. Why did people feel so strongly that she was innocent? After watching the first trial myself, I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. Within the first few days of watching testimony, it was very clear to me something must have happened to him inside the house. As the trial kept progressing, it just kept getting worse. During the first trial, it was so much better because they put all of the EMTs on. They put the responding officers from that day. They went in some sort of order, right? They went in some sort of order. We had Nuttall, we had Flamati, we had Katie, then we had Gallagher, then we had Good. They were in some sort of timeline, and it just progressively got worse with each witness. And what you could tell is that there was not a really great investigation. The solo cups, I was done right there, because you are not going to tell me an experienced officer opted to use red solo cups to store evidence in when his precinct was 3 to 5 minutes away. He could have gone to get actual evidence collection materials, and he opted not to do that. And then we got getting rid of cell phones. You hear that type of stuff. Then we started listening the leaf blower. Oh my, it felt like Dumb and Dumber investigated this case. A leaf blower. There is no way they thought that was a good idea. He said the leaf blower actually, he could contain it. In what world? In what world? Blackbird, let's talk about it. In what world can you contain a leaf blower? I just don't. There was just so much, but I do feel like last trial, I get why people are so passionate. Karen can literally be me. She could be me, with the exception, I don't have a house to sell. I don't have a 401k that I've been building for 20 plus years that I will have to use towards my defense. She could be any one of us. Any one of us. She's in a small town. Small towns, it's not like a big city, right? She's in a small town going against a very, very well-known family with, oh my God, too many ties to the community. Way too many ties to the community. She was an outsider. She was nobody. She was a nobody for them for so long. Erica, let's talk about that. He had the evidence for upwards of 2 months before he turned it in. Why would you do something like that? Why would you do something? And then a lot of the evidence was collected by him. Why would you not send crime scene investigators out to the crime scene? Why would you get the search team? Why do we need search and rescue? Send the crime scene team out there. No. What? Hold up, Lauren. Done backed into a truck in the parking lot and left a note. What? Yeah, what? Well, Glitch, Lauren, now that's foolish. That is foolish, baby. What? I hope that, John, I hope they take you for everything you got. Yes, that's the guy that blocked us. Take him for everything he has, okay? The black, now, I do get the raccoon eyes, right? I do understand the raccoon eyes. But the fact that they couldn't tell if when they initially saw it, it was from the blood, or it could have gotten hit in the eye because he had that gash over his eyebrow. Why would he done left a note? He worried about blocking me and can't back up right. Baby, Shannon, he can't even back up right. Okay? Was John's tail light cracked when he hit? Oh, God. How do y'all know? Krona. So John is some sort of journalist out there covering the Karen Reed trial. They were telling me one day to go read his tweets. I went to read his tweets and saw that he blocked me. Now, I do say that a lot of people, I don't have a profile picture. And if you've been following me, you know why I don't have a profile picture on X. But I said, well, maybe he thought I was spam. But as I got to know him and saw his tweets that people were sharing, he thinks Karen is guilty. My page is a pro Karen Reed page. And so I'm sure that's why he blocked me, girl. I went to go look, baby. Imagine me going to go pull up his account like, okay, y'all, I'll read the tweets. Baby, I'll get there. And it said, I get there and it was gone. I get there and it said, you have been blocked. So I blocked him right back, baby. You got to worry about seeing me, boo. I'm going to block you too. But yeah. KB, I hope so. I do. Alice, because you know he's petty. And I told y'all, I think they have facial recognition on X, because how did I create a new page and they said, hey, we see you are trying to avoid suspension. I said, how the hell? They got facial recognition on X. I'm telling y'all now. I'm telling you now. Well, your boy Glitchy, there were just so many things that I felt like, hinted to a cover up. How does your camera always work, but on this particular day, it didn't work? On this particular day, it didn't work. How is that possible? How is that possible? I don't get how that's possible. Jessica not hide. Love it. Hold on, y'all. Let me see what Karen's saying.
That I wouldn't say again.
Reed admits that she police cover up.
How do you feel about Hank Brennan planning to use your interviews in his opening statement? Come at me. I would not have said anything that I wouldn't say again.
Reed admits that she and John had been out drinking that night, but she says she was not drunk. Prosecutors say her blood alcohol level was 2 to 3 times the legal limit.
When you walked into the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4. And not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
Introducing Karen Reed's interviews as evidence is a new tactic prosecutors are using after her first trial ended in mistrial.
I have had a few cocktails
cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea.
All right. How did those factor into this case? Eric Faddis is along with us. The jury asked about them. They wanted to know.
Okay, let me stop to talk about if you guys have seen what Jessica has been saying. Aaron, let me see what, because Aaron was correcting something. I probably missed it. Oh, you can read the tweet. He probably didn't block you, Aaron. She said, I know the cops were knocking on all of our doors for footage. All of this for an off-duty police K-9 found unresponsive. But yet John O'Keefe had no real investigation, cover up, and red solo cups. Jessica, this is another reason why when people are saying that they think John was onto something, he figured out something he shouldn't have known. I don't know what happened, but I do believe they did not respect this man, and he has not been treated as if he were a police officer. He just has not gotten that treatment. When I talk about the investigation, they should have investigated everyone. They didn't do that. How is it that you didn't have ring footage for that specific night? Your camera just didn't record anything? Like nothing. We can't even look at your camera and see across the street 2 hours later. Can we look at your camera and see that forward edge pull up? Like nothing. Yeah, I think when it came to John and Brian Albert, people's loyalties lied with Brian Albert, and you can tell. And I hope for the rest of his life he has to live with whatever happened in that house.
They wanted some clarification. Should we take this seriously or not? These interviews, so they remember them. What's your take on all of that? At the end of the day, did Karen hurt herself by being out front?
I think on the balance, she totally did herself a disservice by making all of these public statements. You know, you look at the one from Dateline that you just showed, and it talks about Karen Reed essentially saying, could I have hit him? Yeah, you know, suggesting that, yes, she could have hit him. That is in direct contradiction with the foundation of her defense.
See, and this is what pisses me off. She said that she asked herself, why is this so damn hard for people to get? I'm truly just annoyed by the amount of people who just refuse to understand this woman. I watched it several times. She said, I asked, could I have hit him? Did I do it? She was questioning herself because it had been insinuated that she did. They're clearly idiots. How is she going against her defense when she's saying what her defense said she said? She asked, did I do it? Could I have done it?
Which is that this wasn't a vehicle strike. But then you have her own words going to the jury of saying, actually, with the prosecution saying that could happen. That's a tremendous problem. On top of that, there were issues in some people's minds with her affect during these statements. She appeared sometimes to be aloof, kind of detached from the gravity of what's going on, sometimes appeared to be really sort of enjoying the attention. And that's just not a good look in such grave circumstances where you're on trial for the death of somebody.
Okay, and I'm going to say this. He is saying what I said. I said, damn, I hate this interview because she seems to be like enjoying the attention, right? And let me tell you what Miss Sheila, I haven't seen Miss Sheila, but Miss Sheila told me. She said, Mel, if you were in her shoes, you'd want the support. And I had to look at it from a different point of view. This is a woman going through the worst part of her life. Right? She's been going through this for 3 years, probably hasn't even been really able to grieve John for real. So does it make me smile that in the midst of people trying to send me to jail for the rest of my life, somebody wants to give me a gift? Somebody wants to tell me that they support me? Someone wants to tell me something good? Yes. Yes. I hate she did those interviews too, Tricia, but some people say she did them for money, that she needed the money. I don't know that to be true, but some people say that's why she did it. So, yeah, I'm not mad about her because all it takes, and this is why I don't get mad when people come in here and we have a difference of opinion. I'm not mad, but tell me why you feel that way. And maybe you can persuade me to say, damn, you're right. I need to look at it that way. Because I was like, Karen, you look too happy, but damn, this is the worst part of her life, right? If people are supporting her, listen, it's okay. You would want that. You would want someone to, and I said, damn, you are so right. Because you think about the amount of people who've said like they were hearing, like YSL. A lot of us, we've talked to them. They were so happy to have the support, right? They were happy to have the support. They were happy for people. Yep, Tasha, you're right. For people to be rooting for them because it kept them going. It kept them going.
Somebody else.
And isn't that, it's not, I mean, she has a unique personality, but nobody in that scenario, when you're accused of something, nobody comes across to everybody great. You're always going to have people going, oh, I don't like blank about somebody, and you're subjecting yourself to that. On the other hand, you aren't getting, you know, she didn't testify, but like with the Matt Gutman interview with ABC, she talks about the drinks being weak and also.
And maybe we could watch that if y'all don't want to do court TV, because I have no problem watching the Boston 25 interview with Karen Reed. But in that interview, she said they found a restraining order of her. She could not go to the funeral. Like she couldn't even go to the freaking funeral. And I said, man, that is some nasty work. Peggy, the investigation wasn't even completed. You just didn't let that lady go to the funeral.
So that she only, you know, she was taking sips of them. And that is her explanation of why the Commonwealth totaled up 9 drinks. Well, I didn't drink them all. And you buttress that up with the eyewitness testimony. Even Jen McCabe admits she seemed fine to me.
Let me say this real quick because he just made a great point, y'all. Y'all don't watch that because we could do it. Okay, we can watch. We can pull up the Boston 25 interview. But let's talk about this, y'all. Talk about the fact that Karen was saying I wasn't really drinking all of those drinks. I was sipping. Now, this is for my ladies in the chat. My ladies in the chat, men, maybe you can relate to this too. Have you ever been out with a man, right? I know I have a couple times. You go out with the men who always want to make sure their drink is full. Y'all out having a good time. Like, you know, just never. And even if you're not drinking them all, just sometimes they're just showing out. Sometimes they're just showing out. You take a few sips and they might be ready to go back to the bar. They're going to get you a drink as they get a drink too. Y'all get what I'm saying? And she really could have just been taking a few sips of the drinks. Now some people think the drink is watered down now. So you go ahead and throw that old one out, put that one at the bar. I got a new drink. I take a few sips. I'm talking and kikiing. Now this one watered down. I'm gonna get the and y'all get what I'm saying? Do you get Miss Victoria said, I used to walk around with a fake drink. You sound like my mama. We got 2 more likes to 400. Thank you, Miss Carrie. Please like the live if you have not. Yes, Mikhail, save a trip. I hadn't thought about that, but listen to what he's saying. She was just taking a little sip. She was taking a few sips and then boom, here come a new one. Here come a new one. Red, do you hear me? You're just taking the drinks and you're not. I'm going to tell y'all a secret. I'm going to tell y'all a secret. Because none of you guys in here have been the man to buy me the drinks. Y'all know I don't drink a lot anymore. Sometimes, if your back is turned, I pour the drink in my old cup. And then I put the cup somewhere like I've drunk it. Sometimes I do that. So maybe you think I've had 4 drinks and I've really only had 1.5 to 2. Nice trick. Especially if I'm out and people like to just take shots all the time. Baby, I'm gonna look like I took that shot and I'm gonna pick up my water and I'm gonna spit it in there. Because I don't want to ruin the vibe, baby. I'm a vibe without being drunk, okay? I have a good time, baby. I'm going to twerk, okay? I'm having a good time. You're going to think I drunk all those drinks. Whole time I've probably had maybe 1 to 2 shots. You're not going to catch me slipping. And if I am somewhere where I know I'm not trying to be off of my game, baby, you can give me half a minute drinks you want. I'm not going to drink them all. I'm not going to drink them all, okay? I'm not going to do that. So she could have been she said she was taking a few sips. She wasn't drinking all of the drinks. I believe her. I believe it. She said, let me see. Lizzie says, hey, Lizzie, I don't know if I spoke to you today. My thing about the OUI is obviously her police officer boyfriend thought she was sober enough to be his designated driver. Even left her a voicemail talking about being screwed if she didn't show up. Now she faces DUI. Great point, Lizzie. I'm going to counter that and say, even the police drive drunk in Canton. Drinking, I'm a vibe. I'm a whole nother person. Well, sugar, baby, I don't know if I want you to do all that drinking. I don't know if I want you to do all that drinking. But I do think I do think that's a great point. I do think that's a great point, Lizzie. Great point. Y'all, let me find this. Now, who is going to be the designated clock watcher? Because we're about to go to Boston. We're about to watch something else. So who's going to be? I got it pulled up as well, but I need some more eyes, y'all. Y'all know I have ADHD. I need some help. Hold on. Okay, I think I have it in my history. Guys. I don't drink like that outside of my house. You can cut up at home, okay? Kika, apparently during, I think Mr. Matthews is open, the jury was shown, and they said Ms. Love filed a motion the next day for it not to be streamed. Key has been keeping up through news sources, like they've been still commenting on the trial. Yeah, they've been commenting on the trial, but they said the cameras are out. Now, this is one of my favorite interviews here, y'all. The interview that we're about to watch. Damn it. Here it is. This is part 2. Hold on, y'all. Let me see. Here, part 1. Okay. This is part. I loved this interview. I thought it showed a different side of her, right? It showed a different side of her. It's really good. Jasmine, we watched it on TikTok live one day. It is really good. I'm going to put my phone on too with a verdict clock so that we can see what's going on. I love this though, y'all.
Full disclosure, we invited you here. But of course, it is unusual for someone who's accused of murder to do this interview or others. Why do you want to speak to the people of Massachusetts and beyond?
I have nothing to hide. My life is in the balance, and it shouldn't be. And I believe sunlight is the best disinfectant, and that's been our team motto since inception. I think the more I've seen, the more information the public has, the more they understand what we already know.
And when we talk about the public, there's so much going on in the atmosphere of this case. How much of that do you pay attention to?
I pay attention a little bit to everything. The the parts of the public that seem a little dirtier than others, I have close friends and people I trust that filter through it, because there are threads of important information in every channel of the public, on social media, just out and about in Norfolk County or in Suffolk, through our emails. So what I can't manage or don't want to manage, we have a lot of it covered from people that we trust and people who support us.
I love this.
People said some pretty nasty things about you online. Do you read that?
And I want to say this to all of you guys. If you notice, I didn't see any clips from this interview shown in court. Now, those clips that they did show are from the interviews I watched, and I just kept saying, ooh, girl. Oh, why you say that? This one was good, though. This one was really good.
Do you process that?
I read some of it. I don't take it to heart, but it's bothersome. But I understand why it is. There are bad, evil, nefarious players in this. There are people who are adverse to other people in this whole.
Sorry to stop, but did you guys hear the word that she said, nefarious, right? And if you remember, after Jen McCabe took the stand after I saw this interview, and when Jen just out the blue said this word, I said, she watched that damn interview. This came out in like March. I think the case started in April. It came out February, March. This came out February, March of this year. But when Jennifer McCabe took the stand, this right here popped into my head. I said, this woman must watch Karen's interview, because she said it out the blue. It was like she didn't remember that she didn't call her sister or something. She's like, I said, oh, she watched this. I could tell.
Whole case, people who support me, and I've known my whole life, as does everyone, that there's not a lot of good in some people, and it doesn't drag me down in any way. It makes me feel like we're covering ground here. The nastier it gets, the more I know that we're making an impact to people that have a lot to worry about.
3 years have now passed since John's death. How much do you think about him with everything else that is going on?
I think about him in terms of his final days, his final weeks. I mean, we have his cell phone, which a cell phone to anyone is like a diary, and it tracks everything you've done. And I've gone over and over his final movements, his heart rate, his injuries, the time that he did everything that day and the days leading up to it. But I've said this to other people. The time that I spent with John, 2 years, it's now been 3 since he's gone, since he was killed. And I'm a year beyond. I've eclipsed the time that I spent with him. And I have very mixed feelings, when I look back on John, because I see a lot of poor decisions that were all precursors to his death and to this nightmare that I'm living. It's
poor decisions by whom?
By both of us. Just drinking, being around the wrong people is chief among them. Wrong people for the weeks leading up. They wouldn't have been people I would have chosen on my own to be around.
Have you been able to start a new social life, a new dating life since this?
No, I have my friends that were always in my life. I'm closer to them than ever, and it's been kind of a bittersweet silver lining is I don't know that I ever would have known my friends and family had this in them to be there for me in this way. So I feel very fortunate. And I've met so many new people, and that's enough of a life for me right now is, we go out for dinner just to get out, and we end up just kind of hungered down over a table discussing the case. And I value their input, and I'm content with my social life, even though it's really just socializing about the case.
How big is Karen Reed's inner circle?
My inner circle, well, half of it's my attorneys, who we just talk so much. There's always so much ground to cover, and we can't wait until trial starts to really begin strategizing or going through the details. We do a little bit every day.
Do a lot every day.
We do I should say we do a little bit in proportion to the total task at hand, but we cover a lot of hours every day. I probably talk to Alan and Liza each 3 or 4 times a day, and I think it makes us all feel good that we're going to be that much more prepared when we have to do this for round 2. But my inner circle, I don't know. It's bigger than it was. It's bigger than it was before, but it feels stronger than it ever was. I know that I can trust the people that I always chose to have, that I chose to have in my life.
Is that 5, 10?
10 maybe.
Okay.
Really, really tight, it's probably 5.
Alan, have you ever had a client who's advocated for themselves as much as Karen does?
Not as articulately or as intelligently as Karen does. Karen is an innocent woman falsely accused. She could sit back and say, go handle this. You're the professionals, go deal with it. That is not in her personality. And we're a better team for it. She has an encyclopedic knowledge of literally every single page of the discovery. I've never seen anything like it. She has an analyst's brain. She's got a rapier intelligence that is attendant to this type of analysis. Very, very smart, very motivated. She has no off button. I'm getting texts. I wake up, I'm on the West Coast. So I wake up, she's been awake for 3 hours, and nearly every day I feel like, damn it, I've fallen back again. I've fallen behind again. Liza and I have to sort of get back on the treadmill and catch up with where Karen is today, because she'll literally just pick something out of the blue. To me, it's out of the blue. To her brain, it makes sense for her to pull this document or pull this report and say, well, have we thought about this paragraph or this sentence or this word in this report here or there? And then we gather together as a team, me and David and Liza and Karen will get on the phone and talk it through. So she's been, more than any other client I've ever seen, any other client I've ever met, she's been at the center of her own defense. She knows she didn't do this. She's motivated to make sure that the truth comes out.
Has she made any seminal decisions in this case? Have we seen any filings that are directly from her decision and her thought process of how things should play out?
The better question is, have we seen any filings that she didn't have a seminal investment in, a decision about, a suggestion about? Every single thing that you've ever seen filed in this case has gone through Karen, at least some of them are hyper legal, right? But she's educated herself on, she'd make a better lawyer than most lawyers these days. But she will have an impact, and she's got a seat at the table in terms of strategy and tactics that we use every single day.
There are so many people who have never met you but are so invested in your life and the outcome of this case. I know there are some who adamantly support you, but do you ever worry about your safety with the people who do not want to see you succeed in this case?
I did more earlier on. I feel more insulated now. I feel safer that people know, because if anything ever happened to me or someone that I love, I think a lot of people would know where to look. So that makes me feel safer.
Have you received any credible threats?
Yep, I have. There's been some online that just the fact that someone's brazen enough to even post something like that gives you some insight into their stability or lack thereof.
People showing up at your house, calling your private cell phone?
No, that has not. I've really not had my physical boundaries impinged in any way, nor have my parents. I think by and large, very large, there are very friendly people all around me.
Your defense strategy is the most aggressive I've ever seen in a case. You've taken on the DA, you've taken on the judge. How much of that is Karen Reed? How much is that the team?
Probably equal parts. The defense strategy comes down to probably 3 or 4 words. Get the truth out. That's the defense strategy. It may be more aggressive than you're used to. The conduct in this case is more dire than I'm used to. I've seen a lot of cases. I've been doing this for 30 years. I don't think I've ever seen a case with as many questions, as many suspect actions, and as much suspect conduct as I've seen in this case. There is unequivocally corruption in this case. There are absolutely cover-ups in this case. There's conduct by law enforcement and the DA's office that the likes of which I've never seen. And my job, our job as a team, is to get that truth out. I'm not going to sit idly by. Our team is never going to sit idly by and let an innocent woman be convicted based on false evidence, false pretenses, cover-ups, agreements and decisions on the other side to hamstring the defense, hamstring our ability to get the truth out. I'm not going to sit idly by to do that. So is it aggressive? Sure, it's aggressive. But a woman's life is in the balance. So yeah, we're going to stay aggressive. We've been aggressive. We're going to stay aggressive until the truth comes out.
I think it was 4 words at the end of the last trial, and it was, I'm going to declare a mistrial. What was that like for you to take in?
It was the outcome that I had thought about the least. I had thought about the best case scenario, and I always think about the worst because that's how I'm able to process. I have to think it through. How will I deal with this? Who will fight for me if I'm not sitting here to fight for myself? And of course, I thought about an acquittal because I know I deserve it. I had not really thought about a mistrial. It was only a couple days. It was like day 2, the end of day 2 into the deliberations, that both David and Alan told me separately when we were in the church next door that this could be a mistrial. And the prospect of that at that time during jury deliberations was a gut punch. But then when it was declared, it was such a relief that I was free. I was free to sleep in my own bed, hug my parents, continue to work on this case. My immediate next worry was, I hope I have my team available to go to battle all over again. But those moments, waiting to hear 12 strangers determine what is going to physically happen to you for the foreseeable future or forever, when you're able to walk out a free woman or man, it was an incredible relief. You just see your life it can just be taken away from you.
As we head to the second trial, one of the possible outcomes here could be a conviction. That could be prison time. How much have you thought about that?
I think about it every day, about prison time, and it doesn't frighten me the way it did 3 years ago. I was arrested 3 years ago tomorrow, and I've been in jail twice as a result of this prosecution. I've now accepted the fact that what's happening to me and the awareness this case has raised and the eyes it's opened, that is what my purpose is in Massachusetts and whatever effect this has in other parts of the country. And even if a jury got it wrong or there's even more nefarious behavior on behalf of this prosecution, then just even more awareness will be raised. So I can accept whatever happens. Nothing will ever get the best of me or break me down.
There have been sort of these unsubstantiated claims in the atmosphere that there might have been some funny business with the jurors who were dismissed.
Right.
Is this a real concern that you have? Is this something that you are looking at, or have you just dismissed it as rumor?
I'll never just dismiss that as rumor. Something like that is, it's too convenient for the prosecution for us to just dismiss out of hand. Do I have any evidence, specific evidence, that there was jury tampering? I don't have any specific evidence of it. Do I think that there are questions that should be asked? Do I think that there are questions that have been raised about the way the jurors were dismissed and who was dismissed very specifically? There were jurors who very, very clearly throughout, it's impossible to sit 8 feet away from 12 or 15 folks and not get an idea, just a chemistry idea of where those jurors are one way or the other based on certain, body language and facial expressions, etc., sighs and huffs and arm folds and leaning forward, leaning back, things of that nature based on certain witnesses. It's interesting that 3 of probably the most stalwart jurors who we believed, and I will go to my grave believing, were very supportive of the defense, ended up cast aside within minutes, not days or hours, within minutes of the jurors deliberating. Within minutes of me standing up and giving my final summation, those 3 jurors were gone. So is that a query? Absolutely. Have I dismissed it? I'll never dismiss it. Is there anything to do about it? Not so sure.
One of the state troopers who was involved with the Norfolk DA's office and on the periphery of the investigation was also responsible for the jury?
Right. He wasn't that far on the periphery of the investigation. He was involved in the investigation. He was a direct supervisor over the individuals that were testifying and about whom we had leveled some very, very serious claims and ended up proving those claims during the course of direct and cross-examination, the presentation of our case. That person, that supervisor, we found out well into the trial. As a matter of fact, at the end of the trial, we found out is the very person who was governing the jurors. That's a question that should be raised. That is an issue that should be teased out. Should never, ever happen. That is the very definition of a conflict of interest.
Is that standard in Massachusetts for just the DA's office to assign whoever they want to go be the sort of,
supervisor
of the jury? Yeah.
Yeah. Is it standard in Massachusetts? I hope not. I've never seen that in my life. But if I had a nickel for every time I said I've never seen this in my life as it pertains to the Massachusetts justice system, the criminal justice system, I'd have a lot of nickels. I've never seen that happen. It should never have happened. It's abhorrent to the system of justice in which we work. Those kinds of conflicts of interest they just can't stand. But they did. And we weren't even told about it. I mean, that was one of the most galling parts of that revelation is that, wait, this has been happening under our nose the entire trial, and I'm just now finding out about it? We would have made hay about it as soon as we found out, and we did. But it was 10 minutes before I was about to stand up and close the case.
Some of the things that Michael Proctor said about you were objectively vicious. What was it like to be there in court and listen to all those texts?
Another relief. So many moments in court were a relief to me because I've known these things in some cases for years and had to keep it amongst our inner circle. Nothing Michael Proctor texted and admitted out loud in court about me would ever offend me. I'm proud of my overcoming of health crises. Proctor was just letting the public know what I've known about Michael Proctor, who he really is. And it's just luck that, as I know it, Michael Proctor doesn't have a daughter. But those text messages, as vile as they are, I think are the least of his offenses.
Alan, you could have had Michael Proctor read 1 or 2 of the text. You spent hours having him read those out loud. I'm sure that was done by design.
It was. Everything that we did in that cross-examination of Michael Proctor was done by design. I wanted to make sure that I had an audience of 12 folks, an undefined 12 folks sitting in that jury box who were going to make a judgment about, not just about Karen Reed, they were going to make a judgment about the prosecution and about the investigating officer in charge of the prosecution or in charge of the investigation. They needed to see and hear a full panoply of who this person really is and get down to the fabric of the human being. That's the only way they could assess the veracity of the entire investigation. As goes the investigating officer, goes the investigation. And the prosecution, the Commonwealth, wanted to hide that. They wanted to mask it. They didn't want to give those data over to us. They didn't want to give those texts to us. They tried mightily in front of the court to get those suppressed. Why? Because as goes the investigator, goes the prosecution. The texts were vile. They were disgusting. They were not just, as Michael Proctor tried to slough them off, regrettable. Regrettable, Mr. Proctor? Seriously? That's the best you can come up with in terms of what the things that you're saying and the bias that you're showing about a criminal defendant and accused who has yet to be convicted of anything? That's the best you can say is it's regrettable. It's far beyond regrettable. It's disgusting. It's disturbing. That man should not ever carry a badge. That man should not ever carry a gun. He should never have any authority over the community members ever again.
Are you surprised that he's been fighting for his job?
Yeah. What I think he should probably do is put his tail between his legs and get out of the jurisdiction and go find some other line of work, someplace where he can't hurt people.
How will Michael Proctor play in the retrial?
Oh, he's going to play large in the retrial. They can't. Look, the prosecution, I think, probably wants very badly to take some magic eraser, some pixie dust, and erase Michael Proctor from the minds of the public, and certainly not from the minds of the new jury who's going to come in and assess this case. They're not going to be able to do it, not as long as we're breathing. Michael Proctor is going to be a part of this case, whether he likes it or not.
Because they don't necessarily have to call him, but obviously you have a right to call him as a witness.
Correct, and we will. If they don't call him, we will. We're not going to allow the Commonwealth to hide the truth from the last jury or this upcoming jury.
He's touched everything, everything.
There's no part of the case that he hasn't affected. No part of the case that he hasn't affected. He was in charge of the entire investigation. The personality and the character of the investigation is the personality and the character of Michael Proctor. They are one and the same. And we'll make sure that that's disclosed to the jury.
The feds devoted a lot of time and resources investigating what happened here. We are now years removed from that, and there's been no action taken. Why is that?
Well, I don't know that there's been no action taken. We don't know about any action taken. There's lots of, it's like
but no indictments.
No indictments, but it's like looking at a duck on water, Ted. The duck is very still, it's very stable, but underneath the little flippers are going crazy. I don't know what's happening just beneath the surface. I don't know what's happening. I'm not privy to what the federal investigation is actually, where it's going or how far it's led to this point. I do know that they were seminal in providing us with information. And when I say us, it's important to note, providing both sides. They didn't pick a side or choose a side in this. They provided everything that they decided was disclosable. They provided to both sides. The Commonwealth decided they didn't want to use it. As a matter of fact, tried mightily to keep us from using it. Thank goodness cooler heads prevailed, and we were able to utilize much of what their investigation or what their disclosure consisted of. But if it hadn't been for them, the Commonwealth had been hiding evidence from us for years. And it wasn't until the federal investigation and revelation came to pass that we actually sort of were able to look behind the curtain, which is where we should have been looking in the first place. So it was central to our presentation of our defense.
Leah Foley will be the third U.S. attorney, as far as we know, who will at least touch this case.
Right.
Do you expect that having a new head of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston will change anything? I
don't know. I have been incredibly impressed with the U.S. Attorney's Office in terms of the leadership under Ms. Foley's predecessors. Joshua Levy was central in making certain decisions about what to disclose to us, where the investigation was going. Again, I don't know what the full parameters of the investigation are, but I can say that I was very, very happy with what they did and what they disclosed, trying to get the truth out previously, and I hope Ms. Foley does the same thing. I'm looking forward to her continuing the investigation. I hope she does.
When you look at the scope of the federal investigation and all the things that were done, you received 3,000 pages from that investigation. Are there other things that might have been done or have been done that you think that should also be turned over or could be turned over?
I don't know. Again, Ted, we're sort of operating a little bit in the blind because I don't know what the full contours of the federal investigation consist of. So it's not like I can say, oh, well, they did this, but I don't have that information. I don't know what the this is. The only thing that I have is the information that they provided to both sides. And then we culled through it to decide, oh, okay, is this relevant to our case? And nearly every page of it was highly, highly relevant material.
One of the things that the federal government did was hire this outside accident reconstruction team who would have no vested interest in the outcome of this case. How important was those two accident reconstructionists coming in saying no way, no how?
I cannot describe the gravity of those two witnesses. First of all, they were unassailable in terms of their credibility and their credentials. There was nobody who testified that was more credentialed to talk about the issues that were attendant to them than those two gentlemen, those two doctors, PhDs. The fact that we didn't hire them, they can't be considered hired guns by the prosecution. The fact that the Commonwealth didn't even know their name. They were completely independent third parties who did not know Karen Reed or this case, and they did not know that their assessment was attendant to Karen Reed or this case. Central to their testimony, completely credible. I can't describe the gravity of those two witnesses and the impact that it had on the trial and getting to the truth. And what they said echoed everything that we had been learning during the course of our investigation on the defense side, which is that car was not damaged by hitting a human body. It did not hit a person. And John O'Keefe was not injured by being hit by a vehicle. No way, no how.
No way.
It didn't happen. As one of the witnesses testified, the physics don't lie. The science doesn't lie. The car did not make contact with John O'Keefe. She didn't do this.
Karen, when the ARCA information came in that document dump, I guess, what was your emotion kind of reading what they decided?
I didn't really know the details of it until trial because I did not have the same access to those materials that the attorneys did because of the federal protective order. It was another moment, and there's been so many, that I realized, to put it mildly, how underhanded this prosecution is, that a district attorney can be privy to that accident reconstruction report and continue to pursue this case and not.
Honestly, once ARCA took the stand in the last trial, I wondered why they went forward with prosecuting her. Because, I get it if your investigation was saying Karen did it, but if your ME and the accident reconstructionist is telling you, hey, this is not consistent with a pedestrian accident, they're telling you there's no way this man could have been hit by a car. The fact that they didn't even reach out to them spoke volumes, because they are supposed to be for justice. They are supposed to be for justice, and they absolutely didn't give a damn. They wanted Karen and would try to prosecute her by any means necessary. And here we are with a jury that is almost rejecting them again. It seems like they're rejecting them again.
Not call Doctors Wolf and Rentschler.
Right, they have one job to do. They have one job to do, to seek the truth. They had this information in front of them. As Karen just said, why wouldn't they call them? They should have called them. Their only job is to seek the truth, not to seek a conviction. And the truth is, the physics don't lie. The car didn't hit John. He wasn't killed by being hit by a car. And they, not only did they not seek that truth, they tried to suppress it.
And their version of events was almost, it was laughable. It was laughable. It was illogical. It just did. The body just landed. The phone just landed. A side swipe with no bruises. It's not as if they had qualified, credentialed,
Trooper Paul,
advanced educated experts to offer another version of
I said, poor Trooper Paul taking his everywhere.
Events. They didn't have that, and they chose to ignore that, and they chose to present to the court and to the public in a hearing that those federal materials, 3,000 pages, were 90 to 95% consistent with their theory of the case. The theory of the case is a car accident. The federal materials included a report that said there wasn't a car accident. That's the case. That's 95% of the case. And it was inconsistent. It wasn't just inconsistent. It was diametrically opposed to the Commonwealth's theory of the case or lie of the case.
On the morning of January 29th, 2022, you said it was possible you might have hit John. How could that even be in the realm if you saw him going into the house?
Because it never crossed my mind that the people we were with, middle-aged adults with children, some of the children were with us that night at the bar. It did not cross my mind for several days that they did this to John, that John was treated like a piece of garbage. These were women and men, some I knew better than others, that I knew to be normal people. And I went through every possibility. He was near the road.
I didn't catch
and he was dying. And I didn't think he was purposely put in that place.
In your opinion, there have been a few names that have surfaced in this third-party culpability theory. Who do you think, if John was beaten up and attacked in that house, who did it?
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know.
Y'all, and let me tell you, I said AJ needed to be there 100% because I don't know if Karen looked like it looked like he was trying to say it before Karen started saying something. I said, AJ said, not today, Karen, not on my watch. You won't do that on my watch, Karen. Watch it again, y'all.
Who do you think,
AJ said,
if John was beaten up and attacked in that house, who did it?
Look at this.
We don't know.
We don't know.
Baby, before
We don't know.
We don't.
And it's not for us to know. Somebody other than Karen is responsible for that, for the killing of John. But who it was specifically, others know. And they're not talking.
That was a good answer.
What is the most important piece of evidence that exists in this case that people could look at and say, hey, there's no way that she could have done this?
I do.
Is there one thing?
To me, there is. That the only physical evidence connecting me to where John's body was found, which I will not call the crime scene, the only physical evidence, pieces of plastic taillight, were not found until after the state police had possession of that very taillight.
And when you couple that, you're looking for one thing. When you couple that with the testimony of the experts, the third-party, absolutely qualified experts, that there was no car accident.
They said
the car did not hit John, and John was not hit by a car.
No.
So the taillight pieces, when they were found, and when your car was taken, to you, that is the most crucial element of your defense.
It's closely followed by other evidence, but to me, yes.
You've had a private investigator from the start. Is that private investigator still running down tips, and will we see any new revelations at the retrial?
Absolutely. Yeah, we have not slowed down our investigation one iota. So I expect, I'm not at liberty to say exactly what might be revealed that's new and different in the second trial, but I expect that there will be some new information that comes from our investigation as well.
People send you tips?
All the time. All the time.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah, the harder part is not getting the tips. The harder part is separating the wheat from the chaff.
Mm-hmm.
What tips are valuable enough to sort of chase down, and which just seem like we'd be chasing our tail. But no, we get tips every single day. The public is very, very interested in getting to the truth of what actually happened to John O'Keefe.
Karen, it's been reported that your defense is running about $5 million. Is that correct? And how do you pay for that?
Give or take a few million. That's a back of the envelope calculation, and it's certainly no pressure put on me in any way by my attorneys. The longer this goes, the harder they work, the more time goes into it.
How do you pay for that?
Right now, I'm paying for everything entirely on the charity of supporters. People I know, former colleagues, people, many, thousands of people I don't know. I've liquidated my retirement. I've sold my home.
Sold a house.
And everything else is from supporters, and it's not a small number. It's approaching $750,000, and I hope the supporters and the donors know that this is their defense. They're marshaling this. I could early, but it's been 3 years. I've not had income. I had 2 incomes, now I have none. So I'm just incredibly grateful and appreciative. And it was funny when we launched the defense fund, which Alan helped me do logistically through his firm. I was thanking donors the early days, anything sizable or even small ones, because it's not the nominal amount, it's what people can afford or their intention, and especially from strangers. And I was thanking people, and now I can't, but I just want them to know. I see them all. My family members, my close friends see them, and other supporters see. Our Defense Fund page has kind of become its own social media, that people look to see what other parts of this country are people closely following and donating to this defense. So it's keeping us going financially, of course, but also emotionally.
It's important to know, not to interrupt, Ted, but it's important to know that although the attorney time involved is in the multi-million-dollar range, probably $6 million between Mr. Yannetti, myself, Ms. Little, other lawyers who have worked on the case, other individuals, investigators, et cetera. Most of us, all of the lawyers, are not getting paid that. We have not taken that money. We're not going to take that money. That's the value that has amassed of the legal services that's been required to mount this defense. But we're not taking the money because she doesn't have the money.
Y'all, Alessi, he didn't even call his name at this point. $6 million?
And the reason that David Yannetti is doing this, the reason that I'm doing this, the reason that Liza Little is doing this, the reason that Marty Weinberg and Bob Alessi and others are doing this is because it's the right thing to do. None of us are willing to stand by and watch her get railroaded or steamrolled by the power of the government when she did not do this. So we have all decided as a team, we will be here for as long as it takes, and we will fight as hard as it takes to make sure that the truth comes out.
You said you received $750,000 roughly in donations. Who would we be most surprised to hear who's donated to you?
I wouldn't disclose that to you, but some well-known, maybe one of the most well-known names at my former employer. But as I said, that means just as much to me as someone from Alabama who's given me
and they want
$25 from her last paycheck.
Does that person's name start with an A?
No, he was, it's a he. And just a little more directly involved.
That's just good reporting. He's just going to keep asking until he figures it out.
Abby certainly has the money.
I wish, Ted. I wish. And that's not for lack of trying on my part.
The largest group of people who've donated to you are your former coworkers.
Not in volume of donors, but in proportion of the actual amount donated. Yeah, about half has come from former colleagues to whom I am incredibly grateful. And it's kind of taken the sting out of no longer being a part of that world and seeing them every day and doing what I love to do, that I'm still connected, and it's a different life that I have now and a different purpose, and they're contributing to it.
And it's interesting, the perception that she's got this multi-million-dollar defense and this juggernaut defense. It's just not correct. It's not accurate. Yes, she has a very valuable defense working on her behalf, but the money that the donors and the public are providing, the money that that's being given to the defense fund is paying for the investigators, the expert witnesses, travel for the experts, hotels for the people are flying in from all over the country, and we have to account for that. A massive amount of logistics, getting people here so that they can testify, getting people here so that they can do the research. If we need to use research attorneys or other staff, that's what that's paying for. It's not paying for legal fees. None of us are taking legal fees.
For the retrial, you're facing a new special prosecutor. Who would you rather face? Is it Adam Lally, who we saw in the first trial, or is it Hank Brennan?
I don't care who I face. I have the truth. I have the best attorneys that money is not paying for. Do your worst.
What was your take on how the DA's office performed at the first trial?
How they performed, it felt like they just wore the jury down. It felt like a lot of repetition. I don't think the jurors saw the lack of injuries to John's body or his right arm for, I want to say it was week 5, but maybe it just felt like week 5 and it was week 3. They were clearly, and I understand why, belaboring insignificant points and barely touching on the biggest parts of the evidence.
Questions that they couldn't answer. They just decided the prosecution had a design. They were just going to try the case by volume instead of by validity.
Put it all out there.
Put everything out there, and the inconvenient facts that show that John O'Keefe was not killed by Karen Reed would just get buried somewhere in the middle. Our job was to tease that out, which we did. Doesn't matter if they try to do it again. We'll do the same thing. Our job is to make sure that the truth gets out there.
I think I asked your parents the same question. If you're framed, someone's got to run that, direct that. Who is that person?
I think you know who that person is.
Oh, I love that.
I think there's people who are enabling, and there's people who are actually moving pieces.
But is your theory that it's people inside that house, 34 Fairview, who sort of called the shots from the beginning, or someone high up in law enforcement?
I don't know the interconnections, the interpersonal relationships among these people. I have a strong personal opinion that what has motivated this persecution of me is power. There were familiarities among players that never should have happened. There's a sleeve of homicide in the Norfolk DA's office, as there is in the other counties of Massachusetts. And yet the person assigned to investigate this case, ostensibly investigate this case, lives a mile down the street from the crime scene. But I believe the players with the most influence are motivated more by power and playing God. And they're trying to play God with my life.
Not to protect people.
People are being protected. I don't know if the motivation was actually to protect those people, but it's a byproduct of it. I mean, there are names, and we know those names, that were hidden from me. I only knew who was in that house from the rumor mill, from people I knew in Canton, and it ended up becoming true once we pushed and filed motions and flew the team in. And 2 years later, a year and a half later, we're getting police reports of names of people that were in that house that I did not know about, or they were trying to make sure I didn't know about early in 2022.
And you can't have one without the other. You can't have a motivation to put the case on Karen Reed without also being bi-motivated to protect yourself or to protect others that are with you. It would take a real investigation, a true investigation by their own folks to reveal who is part of this. Is there one person that's behind it? I don't think so, in my personal opinion. I think it's a combination of folks. But I don't think that we're ever going to see that true investigation because the people that are in power don't want the truth.
Yeah.
But isn't that what the feds did?
That's ostensibly what the feds did and are continuing to do. I don't know the full contour of what the federal investigation is revealing, but I can certainly say that, to Karen's point, there were people that were never disclosed to us.
Now, let me just say this. If AJ as an attorney of someone who is involved in this FBI investigation, if he is saying, I don't really know what they're doing. I don't know if they stopped, if they're still going. I don't know. What makes you think Jennifer McCabe knows? Serious question. What makes you think Jennifer McCabe knows? Or Kelly? What makes you think these people have some type of direct line of communication to where they are being told when hell the lawyer doesn't even know?
Any reports being in that home that weren't revealed until the federal investigators got involved and some folks started getting cornered. And they realized, oh, hang on, I can't suppress this anymore.
Yep.
There are reasons why I have to now reveal this truth. And then ultimately it was revealed. Why is that? Why were folks being
ATF
hidden from us?
He's not FBI.
In police reports, et cetera, as being in the house, as being pertinent to this investigation. They didn't do anything. Who the hell cares?
Do we know who all those people are now? Were they all part of the first trial?
We think we do.
Yeah, exactly. At least we think we do.
And by the way, Ted, I think it's probably half of the people that were in 34 Fairview, half of what we think the total number is, were interviewed for the first time with their defense attorneys, with their criminal defense attorneys. What a luxury. What a luxury. Some were interviewed in the first week of this case, the week following John's murder, in their attorneys' homes. Others were interviewed the fall of 2023 in their defense attorneys' offices. Convenient, and what a luxury.
And I've never seen that before.
I'm just going to say this. Shout out to Aaron in the chat, because shout out to Duke. This doesn't hit for me like it did prior to the realization that, man, everyone should have an attorney. And then sitting down thinking about how I call my auntie, who is not some attorney I have on retainer. She just happens to be my mother's sister. Okay? If you have an attorney in your family, call them, because as they've pointed out, the innocent need attorneys the most. So this doesn't hit for me like it did prior to that conversation.
Before either. We're talking earlier about things that are anomalous, an anomaly about this case. I've never seen that before, where like the entire panoply of eyewitnesses, supposedly eyewitnesses for the government, they'll lawyer up immediately. They're all interviewed with lawyers sitting there.
AJ, I'm going to have
fun. If you're just telling the truth, what do you need to lawyer up for?
You know why.
Do you think it's just because of the exposure of this case, though?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's self-preservation.
Will you bring any new witnesses to the retrial? Will we see anyone new at the retrial from your side?
I think a lot of that depends on what we get from the Commonwealth. We're still waiting to get the full bucket of information that the Commonwealth is amassing for the second trial. But as soon as they let us know what their witness list looks like, then that will dictate in no small part what our witness list is going to look like. But I fully expect
they're in the bullpen.
Yeah, we're not waiting on that. We're pretty good at
call me immediately.
Figuring out that we can telegraph their punches. So we have not been sitting on our hands. I can put it that way. And will you see new faces? Yes, I expect you will.
We're 3 years removed from what happened, and you said that you're still receiving important evidence from the state. Why wouldn't have that been turned over for the first trial?
Because it's exculpatory.
That's the question we've been asking. Why wasn't this turned over during the first trial? And you probably will see that question posed in a formal motion that we will have before the court, before the trial starts. Because that's the right question to ask. Why the hell? You've been prosecuting this case for 3 years. We should have had every scrap of information available to you in our possession before the first trial. We have now learned that did not happen.
Karen, can you give me an example of something that you haven't?
No.
Well, the CPD video was just publicized. It's in a
Yeah, this isn't the place to talk about it. We're about to have a hearing on it. So I'd rather just.
This isn't going to air though till after.
Now AJ saw in real time why it's important to have an attorney right there. He told that lady no. She's still like, but the CPD video. No, this ain't the place for that. He just saw in real time why it is important to have an attorney with you. He just saw that in real time.
She'll probably be not deciding.
Okay. Yeah, she exactly. She might not decide it for weeks or months. So I'd rather defer that question.
You've asked the state's highest court to intervene and essentially dismiss the murder charge. How closely do you follow the decisions that come out every day from that court?
We pretty much take the pulse of that docket every day. We're very interested. We think that we have nothing but the deepest respect for the SJC. One of the beauties of the appellate court process is that the more elevated the courts go, the less associated they are with the local issues that are attendant to a particular prosecution, a particular courtroom, a particular subject matter. So they're, by design, supposed to be elevated to a point where they can just look at something antiseptically, look at it legally and factually, and make a decision. We're looking very, very forward to the SJC reviewing, ultimately making a decision about, and then coming out with a holding concerning the acquittal of Karen on count 1 and count 3, the murder charge and the leaving the scene with injury charge. And when they do come out with that holding, my hope is that it's in our favor. It should be in our favor. We deeply believe legally that it will be in Karen's favor, and that will change the complexion of the second trial significantly.
Karen, aside from the DA's office dropping the charges against you, which is not going to happen, is the SJC decision your best hope?
If the SJC rules in our favor, that'd be a big win. But day to day, Ted, we don't plan on that. Hope for the best, expect the worst. One benefit to the SJC, to the appeal, to the affidavits submitted on behalf of the jurors that reached out to Alan and David, is it will hold a magnifying glass over the verdict, over the governing of the jurors, the logistics of it. So that's something we weren't expecting at the first trial. Things that were going on with the jury. We had issues with the verdict slip at the 11th hour. So this has helped us sort that out in advance of the second trial. So it has served a purpose, even if it's not the best outcome with the SJC.
So the jurors that came forward said that they found you not guilty on second-degree murder, but they were stuck on manslaughter. Why is that? Why do you think that there were people in that box that said, no, we believe Karen struck John?
Actually, I believe, and part of this is a little guesswork and filling in blanks, but the jurors that came forward indicated that they weren't actually even stuck on manslaughter. They were stuck on a subordinate charge beneath manslaughter, which means by definition, they were instructed you have to find not guilty on manslaughter to even go to a subordinate charge. So as it stands, as we sit here today, the information that we have is that she was acquitted on count 1, acquitted on count 3, acquitted on the upper charge of count 2, and they were stuck on something lesser like a DUI or DUI with injury or something like that.
But that would still mean that there were people in that box who thought Karen hit John.
I think that I don't think so, Ted. I don't believe that that's true. I believe that there were people. I think that we dispatched that notion in trial to the nth degree. I don't believe that there were actually jurors in the box who believed that the Commonwealth had proved beyond any and all reasonable doubt that she struck John with her car. I think what they thought was there is a tragic situation, a tragic outcome. A man lost his life, and that is tragic. It's deeply tragic for John, his family. and that there was drinking going on, drinking by Brian Albert, drinking by Brian Higgins, drinking by Chris Albert, everybody, including Karen Reed.
Okay, and I'm wondering if after polling the last jury, did they feel like, let's add something that we can live with? Because it seemed like people were, what if manslaughter and then there was that lesser charge, right? What if they just wanted to give them another option that they could live with, like OUI? So I wonder if that's why they added it, if after doing some consultations, judges thought, okay, listen, Karen, we can live with this. Can you live with this part? Because like she said, she was driving drunk. If that was like a compromise, because I'm like you, why add it? Why would you even add that? Were they looking at we'd rather have OUI versus manslaughter? I wonder what. I don't know. I'm wondering. It's 2:00. It's 2:00, y'all. Let me go to the page, Jasmine. Hold up, y'all. I might have to swap. I'm gonna stop this for a second. We're gonna go on over to Court TV because I saw the man was outside. Let's see what's going on.
They're always on standby just in case the defense team were to arrive. They usually go to this roped off area, this street that's been blocked off to the general public, and that's where they then enter the courtroom. We are waiting on pins and needles out here along with this crowd. We'll bring you any developments if we hear anything from inside the courtroom.
Matt Johnson, crime and justice correspondent, thank you for that update. Let's turn our attention now to Court TV lead anchor Vinnie Politan, who is also there in Dedham, Massachusetts, on the other side of the courthouse. Vinnie, what is it like where you are?
Yeah, I'm directly across the street from Matt. I can see him right out of my left eye. I can see Matt on the other side of the street. So behind me here, this is another area where people have been throughout the trial, but especially at this point during the verdict watch, waiting, anticipating what's going to happen. And as that clock ticks, I mean, think about it. Time is running out. Time is running out for today, because we know here things end relatively early compared to some of the other jurisdictions where we cover cases. When we're down in Florida, Julie Janae, I remember talking to you at like 11 o'clock at night covering a verdict. So that's not the situation here in Dedham. Like 4 o'clock is like the time where if they don't reach it by 4, this jury knows that they won't be here tomorrow. I don't know if they know they'll be here on Friday, and they'll have to continue this. So right now is what I'm calling prime time. Prime time for a verdict is just about now. So the area I'm looking at is across the street where Matt was, right? So from where we are here, everyone gets a great view of where the defense team will pull up. It's also from the back where John O'Keefe's family normally comes up. The security is here, but there are a lot of officers all the time, so it's hard to tell when they're being mobilized. I think when they get into formation, then something is about to happen. That's not happening at this second, but it's going to take time, right? So if the jury has a note, it's got to get to the bailiff, it's got to get to the judge has to contact the lawyers, then they've got to figure out what they're going to do with it all. In the meantime, the bailiff will have to get word out to the rest of security here. So what we're looking for and what we're looking out for is security formations that look a little different. We're also looking, and usually that security is in the area where the SUVs pull up. And we're also obviously keeping our eyes open for them as well. In the meantime, everybody here, I don't know. I don't know how they will react. I don't know what it'll be like if there is no verdict today. Let me ask a couple people. What happens if there's no verdict today? You coming back?
Of course.
Every day?
We ain't got
Put
no
them
quit.
glasses on.
That's simple enough. They're coming back. This guy's been here every day. No verdict today. Are you coming back?
The verdict's coming back today.
I understand that, but let's
Am I coming
theoretically, hypothetically, if there was no verdict today, would you come back?
1,000%.
Okay.
Every day.
All right. What's your greatest fear at this moment?
The jury being a little bit confused on the slip.
Okay. I got it. All
That's
right.
it.
That's
Nothing
it.
else.
That's it. Any fear?
Any fear that this is going to carry on beyond today? This jury is ready. The supporters are ready. The families, both families are ready. So if it carries beyond today, the prolonged anxiety and stress, it weighs a lot on all of us.
I know you're a lawyer.
I am, unfortunately, because it's the delays like this of the justice system that make me question that profession sometimes, Vinny.
Let me ask you a big picture question. What will the public's trust in the system of justice be if it is guilty, guilty, guilty?
There will be no more trust, because from a public standpoint, with the travesty that has gone on here, with the abundance of reasonable doubt, with the way in which this trial and Trial 1.0 were conducted, with the amount of ignorance of evidence that, to me, as a Free Karen Read supporter, has been so present, so obvious, the public trust, and especially that of all of these people who I've chosen to stand with and next to, our trust is going to be gone. And I should say that to all of those who support a guilty verdict here. We all should stand for something stronger, moral certainty when we convict people, and honesty and transparency from our government, from our prosecutors, and from our judiciary. So if it comes across guilty, 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 I will make it my mission in life to keep standing up and keep showing up to try to do something about it.
Thanks so much for your words. Obviously, she's a lawyer, well-spoken, but everyone here is doing some form of those same sentiments, that it's about justice, what they believe justice is. And normally when we talk about getting justice, it's a conviction. And the public reaction normally is for a conviction. Here, it's the inverse. It's overwhelming, not just here at the courthouse, but you've been online, I've been online. We've seen the numbers, we've seen the comments, we've seen the polls. This case is different. The public sentiment is different. The question is, did the jury watch the same trial that all the folks here watched?
I was watching the people around her while she was speaking, Vinny, and they're nodding along. You can just see the conviction that is connected to people who are out there. It is about Karen Read, but it isn't about her, the person. It seems to be more about just this belief in pushing against corruption, pushing against a problem with the system that they say happened here, and a problem with even the police in that area. Do you know at all what people's plans are afterward? There's so many people that are there, so many people who are continuing to gather. Do they have a place they are going to go, regardless of what this is, when we get the verdict? But I would imagine that the city has to prepare for that as well.
They are. I'm sensing a buzz right now. Jury's coming back? Oh, Karen's team is coming back is the word I'm getting. So we're going to plant the camera, keep an eye on what's happening over here. But that's what the folks are saying.
Too much. It's
right?
a question.
They're saying that the team is coming back. They come back for
Vinny, I want to let our
reasons.
viewers know, and you as well, that we are hearing that there's movement inside of the courtroom as well. We can't put our cameras down because we are not on the record, but apparently there is some movement inside of the courtroom.
Interesting. The buzz out here now, you can see, if you watch the area close to where they pull up, people are starting to file in there to fill that area up. The folks on this side of the street are now getting closer to the edge of the curb. Everyone anticipating that the defense team is about to arrive at some point in the very, very, very near future. And it's about that time, right? This is the time of day when things like this happen. Keeping an eye on security, you can see more of them all converging. So it seems that there is some activity right now, and it's actually getting a little quieter. It's actually getting a little quieter here on the street. So as we get ready for whatever this is, we don't know.
I don't know what this is.
But one of the options, obviously, is the big decision that has to be made by this jury. Have they come to that decision? Are they sending a note? Have they sent word? Did they hammer it out? I guess we'll find out soon. But here, again, it's interesting because the quieter it gets, it's more indicative that something is happening. And I think folks here are a little,
right now.
they're obviously anticipating what this could mean And they're invested, so they're kind of on those pins and needles that everyone else is on.
So, just went live too. He said, hold
let's
up.
send it back to you. I'll keep an eye on everything happening here, but there's an absolute sense that something big is about to happen.
Vinnie Politan, we are going to slip in a break, but you are not going to miss anything, folks. We are covering this from all sides, inside and outside the courthouse, and on air and online. We will see what happens and what is happening inside of that courtroom when we come back. Thank you for being with us.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, it's verdict watch in the Karen Reed retrial, and we're live outside the courthouse. We'll be unpacking the pivotal moments as deliberations continue.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
The brutal...
Lexi, here's the thing, though. Are you hung on all the charges? And I'm wondering what are we going to do there? And my thing is this. Why y'all hung? But are we hung on all the charges? Can she go ahead and be found not guilty for 2 and y'all leave that OUI? Okay? She said y'all dramatic as fuck like y'all hosts. It's just a question, you guys. Key, is it a question? Oh, it's the jury said we ready to do the damn thing. These jurors, they're not reasonable. They don't seem like reasonable people. They're not giving reasonable people. Let this play.
Murders of 4 universities.
We're going to see. So it's super early, y'all. Now, yesterday, they got us. Unless it's a question. They got us yesterday because remember the question, they started coming back at 3:15. So they got us yesterday because it was 3:15. By the time they got in the courtroom and everybody got settled, it was about 3:40. They were gone by 3:51. Okay? But today it's 2. Hold on just a second. Let me find it real quick. Ash, how far up is it? Because unless I missed it, hold up, I may have missed it right here. She said, why they keep asking damn questions? I don't know. Ash, I'm trying to find it. Jury said they're going to celebrate with their black friends. He said, ma'am, maybe we need a little boots on the ground action. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, I'm at home now. Do I need to go put my boots on? I got some boots in there I can go ahead and throw on. If you think it'll make it better. Ash, I don't see it. Thank you for the super chat, Forrest. No mother guilty. Book it. I pray so, Forrest. I pray so. Ash, I'm really annoyed. Can you text it to me? Because I like to know what you said. I hate when y'all be like, Mel, can you find my comment? And I can't find a damn comment. Don't speed too fast, Shani. We are still waiting, but they're heading back. Erica. We don't know why. And if anybody sees one of our sources, they're there. You rewrote it. Well, Ash, tell me what the hell you rewrote. And why you have to rewrite it, Ash? Oh, I know how I can find it, Ash, because I seen how y'all been finding it. Let me just go here. They haven't stopped the clock. No clock has been stopped. Ash, I'm going to see it because I saw how y'all find it, so I'm going to find it the same way. There we go. Ash, is it sorry ass judge, sorry ass jurors? Is that it, Ash? Because that's it. That's it there. No, Ash, that was day 2. My bad. That was from day 3. Baby, YouTube is crazy. It's showing me your comments from day 3. Or did you want me to read? I posted it. Do you want me to read when you said fuck? Is that the one? Let me see what the lawyer is saying. Hold on just a second, girl. Oh, okay. Ash said the only thing I want hung is my man. Not guilty. Free Karen. I know that's right, Ash. I can agree with that. Okay, let me see what they think.
Sandra Birchmore has a lot to do with this. Same cast of characters, and the police will not police themselves, and that's why I'm here.
Okay.
Justice for John O'Keefe.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We are continuing to follow the verdict watch in Dedham, Massachusetts, Karen Reed's murder retrial, and we're starting to see some activity in and out of the courthouse. Let's go immediately to our lead anchor, Vinny Politan, who is on the ground. And Vinny, you said that family of Karen Reed's has arrived back at the courthouse.
Yeah. Take a look. The silent "I love you" signs are going up right now. Just across the street from where the SUV is pulling up right now, it looks like. We saw Karen Reed's father, but this is the rest of the team and Karen Reed arriving. It's after lunch. It's Wednesday. We've been talking about this all week. In a normal trial, this is about the time that you would expect a verdict. So whatever the notification is, whatever the reason is for them arriving at this moment, complete silence as Karen Reed walks in. Let's listen.
Oh, they were not told. They were not told.
I've never experienced anything quite like this, where you have hundreds of people supporting someone, waiting for them. They arrive, and there's a deafening silence in the streets of Dedham. That's exactly what we're experiencing right now as Alan Jackson, Karen Reed make their way into the courthouse, soon into the courtroom up on the second floor. And we'll soon find out what is about to happen. And of course, on the top of everyone's mind at this moment, is this the big decision? Is this the time when a jury will finally speak and finally answer the question, did Karen Reed murder John O'Keefe?
Vinny is giving me the
So
right now.
the quiet has actually continued now outside. I think people are feeling a sense of the moment itself. They've been here for day after day after day. They've been following the case for years. And it could be in just a few short moments that they find out the result here, Julia.
Listening to that silence behind you and the way they're continuing to be quiet reminds me of the instruction that you said that they were receiving from Karen Reed, which is to be calm if there is a verdict. Let's bring in Court TV anchor Ted Rowland, who is here in studio. And Ted, what are you thinking now that we are seeing activity inside and out at 2:17 Eastern?
This case is so unique in that we don't get any information, right? We're literally just trying to interpret. I think there's a verdict. Personally, just by the body language, I assume the parties know if it's a question or a verdict. You know, Karen going up and kissing her father, this seems like this might be it.
Let's see if we have Matt Johnson. I saw him asking Karen Reed a question, and her lips move, but I don't think we had the audio. So let's go to him and see if he can tell us what she did say, because, Matt, she always seems to answer your questions.
Yeah, well, we've covered this trial since the very beginning, and I asked Karen Reed, who was walking notably with her father,
Y'all think so?
if she was ready for a verdict, and she said
Y'all
always.
think they cut him off? I think they cut him off. Law crime, they're still going. I'm gonna swap to law. We'll swap to law crime. The camera is on. Girl, I think they cut him off. This might be serious, y'all. I think they cut him off. Damn, he was getting ready to tell us a story. I wanted to hear his little story. Okay, y'all. Let me see what they're saying on X. They cut him up. I mean, I said cut him up, Lord. They cut him off. They have their normal screen on. Now, hold up. Hold on. Look, the mods, they want the chat cut off, y'all. So I guess when they start talking, if we hear that there's a verdict, just cut it off. Hold on. Hold on, I'm trying to see. Look at Turtle Boy. He said we are 10 minutes away from 2:27. I am inside the courtroom and the Reed team has entered. Okay, y'all, let's see if we see anything. Y'all look at Kathy's post, Kathy Rustin. This is what it feels like right now, Kathy. Don't go home, Lexi. It might just be a question. Don't go home. Don't go home. Missy said, I'm heading to Twitch. I need to read the responses, not here. Oh, Kaylin. Oh. They said the chat not getting cut. They are not chat. They're not going to cut the chat. They're just going to do subscribers only, okay? They're not going to cut the chat. All right. Y'all know I just do the hosting. I don't run the chat. Ash said and Ash said they're not going to cut the chat. They're not going to cut the chat. They're not going to cut the chat. We're live. They're not going to cut the chat. So this is not my chat. The mod said they won't be cutting the chat, but please, please, if y'all got some connections, do not put it in the chat. Send it to my private chat, okay? Don't mess it up. Don't mess it up for everybody. The clock is still going, guys. The clock is still going. Why are you saying medium-sized envelope? Okay. Hold up. Time out. Time out. What the hell y'all talking about? Where is Jazz? Jazz is the one. Mel. Sue said the officer got an y'all know Barchi had to get her teeth cleaned yesterday. She had to get put under. She probably needs my support today. Today I need Barchi. Let me get my comfort. I gotta get my comfort animal. I'm gonna get my comfort person. Look at her. She's so spoiled. Oh God. Oh. You okay, Barch? Yeah, they done shaved all my dog's hair off her arm because she had to be put to sleep yesterday. So I'm looking at her today, walking like, oh my God, look at her arm. Y'all don't shake. Just go get your emotional support pet. Get your emotional support pet. Okay. Oh shit. Okay, y'all. Thank you, Stephanie.
All right. I appreciate you all getting back here. During the luncheon break, I received word from a court officer that the jury had knocked on the door, indicating that they had a verdict. But before I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict. So I asked the court officer to tell them to put that verdict slip in an envelope and seal it, and to give it to us. Paul, do you have it?
What the fuck?
I haven't seen this. It's been sealed. I'm now going to seal it in the legal sense. So this is sealed. No one will have access to it. It will be preserved and made part of this record. I'm going to ask it to be marked for identification with the word jury, Chrissy, just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID with the word jury.
What the fuck? No, y'all. I'm starting to believe them conspiracy stories now. What?
All right. So we do not have a verdict because, as we all know, there is no verdict until it is announced and recorded in open court. So we are still awaiting a verdict. Because it took a while to pull this together, I would ask that everybody remain in the building until the end of the day. So we'll see everybody later.
Thank you.
I don't even know what to say right now. I'm trying to calm down. Okay. Just give me a minute. I wish I could throw something. A verdict, but not a verdict? What the was on? I honestly don't know. Somebody back there. Okay, I will rewind it.
Keep it separate and apart. And to the officer that the jury had knocked on the door, indicating that they had a verdict. But before I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict. So I asked the court officer to tell them to put that verdict slip in an envelope and seal it, and to give it to us. Paul, do you have it? I haven't seen this. It's been sealed. I'm now going to seal it in the legal sense. So this is sealed. No one will have access to it. It will be preserved and made part of this record. I'm going to ask it to be marked for identification with the word jury, Chrissy, just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID with the word jury.
That's what I don't get. Did they sign it? If they signed it, how do they get to change it? Y'all, if they signed it.
So we do not have a verdict because, as we all know, there is no verdict until it is announced and recorded in open court. So we are still awaiting a verdict. Because it took a while to pull this together, I would ask that everybody remain in the building until the end of the day. So we'll see everybody later.
Thank you.
Okay, y'all, I'm gonna have to go pull up the lawyer, because at this point I do need some lawyers. I'm sorry, Peter. Please, if you don't want me to monetize it, I won't.
She would not have entered the province of the jury and really dug in. That's not what.
And
you can go back and you want to continue.
Chrissy,
Yeah, I'm
just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID with the word jury.
Perspective. I got to see what has happened right now. I need them to say this. I need to hear. I need a lawyer's perspective, y'all. I'm sorry.
This is crazy. Now I feel like an adrenaline rush all of a sudden, because when something like this happens, lawyers start thinking, they start working, things start happening immediately when something like this happens. Okay, so I've got some questions for you. I know you probably have some initial thoughts, but I want to kind of frame them in the version of my questions. By the way, I have it up in the background. And again, I have all 3 streams going. If you guys, if there's an announcement, there's court, anything like that, we're going to roll till 4 o'clock today. We're going to be on here streaming till 4 o'clock. Dad, you can stay as long as you want. And then we'll close when they close the day. Today is when we'll end our stream. But so just to recap what happened, Judge Cannoni says during the lunch hour, there's a knock at the door. We have a verdict. And then before we could get everybody together, so I think the lunch hour was 12:30 to 1:30. So I don't know how long it took everybody to get together, but that seems a little, why are we doing this? I wish we didn't have these kinds of issues. Then another knock. Just kidding. We don't have a verdict. My first question to you, has this ever happened to you before?
I'm trying to think.
50 years. 50 years of trying criminal cases, literally. State, federal, prosecuting, defending. Has this literally ever happened to you before?
No.
That's
crazy.
No, I've never had I've had them say we have a question, and then by the time we get them in, they say, no, we don't have that question anymore. I've had that happen, but I've never had a verdict in situation, and frankly, Judge Cannoni did not handle it the way she should have.
She's right here.
She didn't handle it the way she should have.
Okay, well, I want to get your thoughts. I've had a screwed up verdict form before. Never had this happen before, ever. Never had this happen before, ever. Which isn't a surprise if you've never had it happen. Okay, so how did she screw up?
This is obviously a confusing situation, and on the record, she should clear it up. And the way she should clear it up is she should bring the jury back into the courtroom. She should talk to the jury foreman and say, Mr. Foreman, I just want to verify some information I've received. First, did you in fact tell a bailiff that you had a verdict? Yes, no, okay. And then did you in fact tell the bailiff that situation had changed and you do not have a verdict? Yes, Judge, that's fine. Okay, so then the record is clear, and you can go back and you want to continue your deliberations at this time? Yes. All right, then you go back and continue deliberations. But she should have had a better record from the jurors as to what happened, because, come on, I bet this never happened to her either. And so she really should have made a record on that. She shouldn't have just let it go with there was a knock on the door, they said this, and there was a knock on the door, they said that. She should have made a better record.
Well, especially because that's getting, we're at third or fourth hand at that point, right? You have the jurors talking to the bailiff, talking to the judge. What if the jurors said, we have a verdict, and then they're like, well, we actually have a question about the verdict, and the bailiff took that to mean, well, they don't have a verdict anymore, and they really just had a question. There's just so many things that can be lost in translation. Right. Or what if there was like some kind of major misunderstanding and you don't get any, and now she would not have said, what was your verdict? What was the vote? Why are you guys opening it up again? She would not have entered the province of the jury and really dug in. That's not what, it would have literally just been to confirm, just like you said, what was said, what happened, how did we get here? And that's incredibly important as we're going through this. And so we have a lot of questions coming in. I really want to answer them. I want to read this rule though. So I'm going to put up this rule because again, this rule is even more important and relevant at this point. This is the Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 27, the verdict. Okay, this is the rule on how to handle a verdict. And I'm just going to read through it and we're going to talk about how relevant this has been. The verdict shall be unanimous. It shall be a general verdict returned by the jury to the judge in open court. The jury shall file a slip with the clerk upon the return of the verdict. So this is not a verdict because it was not in open court. Okay, according to the judge. They changed their mind. It was never read in open court. It's gone. By the way, I feel like I have to mention, this verdict was filled out, was dated, was signed, was sealed, and nobody gets to see it. But after the trial, the lawyers are going to get to see what that verdict was filled out. So how do you think that's going to happen? How do you think that's going to play out?
Well, I mean, let's face it. Does anybody not think there's a good chance of a hung jury in this case? Yeah, there's at least one juror who voted yes 30 minutes ago or an hour ago and voted no an hour later. So you talk about someone not having a firm conviction.
Listen, I'm going to say it. The only way we can forgive these people is if they tell us that that verdict slip they turned in, one of those counts, count 2 that they were hung up on, they were hung there. That's the only thing, y'all. I don't know if we're going to get it today. They may have been hung on one of those counts, and I think it's count 2.
About guilt or innocence, that juror certainly does not have a firm conviction about guilt or innocence. Also, let's hope it doesn't happen. Let's hope there's not some fights going on in that jury room.
It sounds like a bully juror potentially, like somebody got bullied into voting a certain way and then changed their mind.
Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff that could be going on, and this is a very suspicious activity that we had here, and that's why she really should have cleared it up. Because if a juror wanted, another thing too is a juror would have had a right if they say, "Look, Judge, we'd like to speak, in camera. We'd like to, speak."
They don't know that though, but
they don't. But I'm saying if the judge would have given them the opportunity, if she called them all into the courtroom and said, "Is this what happened?" And then this would happen.
I think you should have.
Okay, fine. You can go back and deliberate. And then if some juror wanted to say, wanted to raise their hand or something, at least they had the opportunity. Here, they've got no contact with the judge and no contact with the official court record, so that there can be something on the record about what happened.
Please.
Yeah, and from the perspective of like the lawyers go back and they get to read this. Let's say it's all checked, not guilty. Thank you, Rebecca, for gifting 20 memberships, by the way. Let's say it's they check the box, not guilty, they sign the bottom. That they're going to make the same arguments they've made before. Appeal, they signed these not guilty verdicts. This was it. It's over. It's going to be the same rulings. It's all the same case law we read last time. It's all the same arguments we talked about last time. And this is why this is case law, basically, right? This is probably going to become case law just like that. I can't remember what the case is. I think it's an M case, but where they had the verdict, it was all filled out in the jury room. But then they changed their minds. They revoted, and that's the point about a final verdict. And that's why everybody about the last trial and the last jury can come out and say, we had not guilty verdicts. We actually weren't. This is like everything taking another step from trial number 1, which I just can't believe. But this is the truth that at this point, there is no final verdict. They changed their mind. So even if they voted not guilty and signed the bottom, that is not guilty. That is not double jeopardy. If they end up hung on all 3 counts, she can get retried at this point, even though they said we have a verdict. That's the big thing at play here, especially when you compare it to trial 1.
Okay, another thing that's going to happen, and it's got to happen. If that was all not guilties, and then they come back with a guilty on something, that there's going to be some motions filed about jury misconduct or a motion filed about the judge has to do an inquiry into the jury as to what happened. So the judge at some point is going to probably end up questioning the jury about what happened.
He needs to.
I mean, that's just inevitable when you have a confusing situation like this, that the judge, again, has a responsibility because it's her courtroom and her jury. She's got to find out what happened and make sure that nothing improper happened.
Right. And okay, so let's keep reading the rule because all this is really relevant to what the rule can do. Because judge can always like, well, I can't answer that. I can't do this.
Sorry, y'all got to get off Peter. They're saying the verdict is in, and let's pray this is a true verdict. I'm going to go back to law and crime, and we're going to wait. But before the verdict, y'all, give me just a second, y'all. Okay, we're live. We are live now. Give me a second, y'all. At least they came right back with it. Okay, y'all. They say Turtle Boy says the verdict is in. If the verdict court TV said it's a verdict, this some bullshit. And baby, if y'all better have done the right thing, jurors. Y'all better have done the right thing. I put on court TV too. The clocks are still good, y'all. Now they playing again. Can y'all hear court TV? It's not on. Hear it. Okay, they like to take breaks. Okay, Forrest, this is a big F you dibs right now. Okay, hold on. The DUI attorney just went live for a verdict. The verdict has been officially reached. I see the clock is still going. Hold on, y'all. Okay, y'all. It's time. All right, y'all. Why are the clocks still going? Okay, y'all. Let's see. Let me see if Kathy has said something because she's there. Kathy, this case has been crazy. She said, my heart just sank to my ass. Pick it up, JT. Pick it up. We're going to stand firm. You know how when you're going up for something, just keep believing you got it. I'm just going to believe Karen is getting a not guilty, right? I think she's going to get a not guilty across the board. Not guilty across the board. I firmly believe that, and I hope that knock on the door, no, we're not ready, was them trying to. I am live. I'm live. Yes, I'm live. Let me make sure. I'll pull up Court TV too, though, to make sure we got two on there. Oh, Jesus, this is just a lot. Court TV, I got them pulled up too. And we'll see whichever one starts talking first. We have 10 to 20 minutes. She told them not to leave the courthouse. Oh, God. Okay, y'all. Okay. I'm at work and they watching you mail with me. Hey, Shameen's co-workers. How y'all doing? Oh, Lord Jesus. Shameen, not you got guests on the day when I'm freaking out over here. There was no collision. And y'all know what I pray? I pray that note that they have was them hung on their last count and they finally decided to say, she's not guilty. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I just can't do it. No. Okay, I'm trying to see if we've got any. Not Yuri there. Yo, why did Turtle Boy say Yuri was there? What the hell? Yuri, go home. And now he walked in with Hank. Yuri, go home. Go home, Yuri. Y'all, Turtle Boy, the verdict is in. This is so nerve-wracking. God, I pray for Karen, Jesus. I pray for Karen that, man, she can just get this behind her. Let me see if Kathy has updated. I hadn't seen anything. Let's check Sue and see if Sue has said anything. Sue said Karen said that she was anxious on the way in. Trial verdict 3. Let me see if Sue said that the verdict is. Oh, okay. She did update 3 minutes ago. She said there is a verdict. She said she's going to start a new thread and it will be pinned, but there is a verdict. There is a verdict. Let me make sure my volume is up. I'm going to check again. Alice, I am up to date on all of the streams. Whichever one starts first, I'll quickly swap to it. But I have Law and Crime up, and I've got Court TV up to. Key, I was just trying to see if I had another person confirm that there is a verdict. That's it, because the clocks are still going. Oh, God. I can't leave, child. Paris, don't yell. They said be quiet. The clock's still going. Law and Crime actually says verdict is in, but the verdict clock on Court TV, it says verdict is in. A verdict has been reached. The clock stopped at 21 hours and 17 seconds. 21 hours and 17 seconds. Oh, God. This is too much. But I love that you guys are just as anxious as me, so I don't have to feel like the odd man out. Wait a minute, y'all. What does it say? Jurors are still deliberating after false alarm verdict. Law and Crime is messy for that one. Ash, that's what I feel like right now. I'm trying to be cool, but God damn. Oh, God. Not guilty on all charges, and I hope she throw the biggest finger sign, the biggest FU to Hank Brennan, Lally, and especially Beverly. Yates, you came back just in time. Listen, y'all know I got a corner right here now. Listen, I hate to be getting up and sliding down this wall. I hate to be getting up, sliding down the wall on y'all. If I wasn't on live, I'd be pacing. That's normally what I do when I'm watching football games and my team is down to the wire. Them Colorado games, child, I'd be up screaming. Hell, sometimes I just cut the game off and just watch what's going on Twitter. Oh, God. Thank you, Pretty. She said, those of you waiting outside to check for the verdict, make sure you subscribe. Please subscribe. Like the channel. Like the live. Thank you, Don. Don, not you became a member in this very high pressure moment. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member, Don. Appreciate it. Eric, I have an address today, ma'am. Okay. I am dressed from head to about my knees, okay? I'm gonna dress today. Bill, you got to put the pink robe on to slide down the wall. Right now, I actually thought about doing the live in a pink robe today. I was like, if I can't get in one of these pink dresses, I'm gonna wear that pink robe because it is pink. I thought about it. Let me see, Bridget. Let's see what Turtle Boy is talking about. He told me to stay off X, but I guess I'll read what Turtle Boy is saying. Alan Jackson is pacing around by himself, cheeks puffing in and out. He's in deep thought. I've never seen him like this. It's because that damn coming back to get that verdict slip. It's coming back. It's got everybody thinking, what if they made? Thank you, Big Lou. Wait, y'all cutting up. High pressure moments is making y'all make some great choices. Thank you, Big Lou, for becoming a member. I'm not looking for a verdict, y'all. I'm just reading what he's saying. He said they have shut down the entire street outside. I can see out the window the entire sidewalk and stairs of the registry are packed with people in pink. Cops everywhere. Helicopters can be heard overhead. We have been waiting for this moment for 2.5 years. I like that. He is painting a scene for me because I can see him looking out of a window and seeing nothing but pink. Brianna, not y'all cut up. Thank you so much, Brianna, for gifting 5 Millionaire Mail memberships. I don't care that we're waiting on the verdict. Mind your manners. If you get a membership, please be sure to tell Brianna thank you. I appreciate it. Why does it feel like I heard something? I think that was my phone hitting my laptop. They said Karen is giving huge hugs to her team of interns, her lawyers. They're all hugging her parents. This is extremely emotional. There are thousands of people standing outside in anticipation. Forrest, not you joining. Thank you, Forrest. Thank you, Forrest, so much. He found me during the Karen Reed trial and has supported this channel ever since he's been here, has given us so much information as well. Thank you. Didi, I ain't even seen you in here today, but I swear I just saw that Didi became a new member. Thank you, Didi. Friend, where you been? Because I haven't even seen you. Or have you been working and listening? Hey, Ariel, thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you guys. Even if it's for today, I do not care. I appreciate all of the support to the channel. Please don't ruin it for us guys. Oh, don't ruin it for us guys. I hope the likes at 500 at least, because it's 600 of us today. Thank you, Didi. I tried to find a little pink to put on today. I tried to find something to throw on. I'm trying to keep it out. Oh, God. Oh, God, y'all. This is a lot. Didi, we've been here. We've been here struggling. We have been here, okay? Oh, God. Turn the captions. Hold on. I missed it. Okay, I will turn the captions off. Okay, they're off. Yeah, somebody said we had 10 to 20 minutes, and I fear you were correct. She said I had to become a member so I could. Well, thank you anyway, Miss Renee. We appreciate it. Y'all could have waited till after the verdict, too. We have 596 likes. Are we at 596 likes right now, y'all? That is like the best day in likes that I've had since we've been doing this trial. So thank you guys. Y'all know we always make these little milestones while we're streaming. Thank you guys so much. Y'all gonna make me cry. Thank you. Thank y'all so much. Wow, I can't believe that. That is amazing. Today, that's amazing. On verdict day. That is amazing. Thank you guys so much for everybody who's here today. We appreciate it. She said, my husband said, don't make purchases under pressure, but what the hell does he? Friend, I'm with your husband. Because maybe I make a lot of, I do that a lot. Brashana said, Mel, thank you for helping us get through this. No, thank you guys for being here with me this entire time. Some of you guys were on 12-hour streams with me when we were watching the first trial because we were on a time crunch. So I was streaming. I think one day we streamed for 13, 14 hours. And some of y'all were here from when I started the stream to when I ended it. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you, Didi, for gifting a membership. Drea, thank you, Didi. And if you get a membership from Didi, please be sure to say thank you. Drea, the road to 10K is real, friend. I think I'm going to be there within the next 2 weeks. I'm going to do some things on here. Hopefully we'll get there. But thank you guys so much. You guys are helping me live my dream every day. Every day. Thank you, Ebony. Thank you. Ebony said thank you guys so much for gifting memberships. And I just pray I can keep up with this chat because I know it's about to get crazy. Okay? Ken, tell them people to work out to me and Karen, okay? Tell them to work out with me and Karen, okay? Listen, it's 544 likes. That is amazing. I am so happy. I need to DoorDash. I need to make a liquor run because if we're getting our guilties, baby, I'm on live for a while today. Okay? I'm probably going to switch to TikTok because I need to play some music. Okay? I'm going to need to play some music. Tiffany, thank you so much for gifting 1 Millionaire Male membership. I appreciate it. I was trying to read somebody's out there. That's Brittany. Brittany said, the O'Keefe and the prosecution have not yet entered the courtroom. Peggy, this is probably a lot for Peggy too. Right? I think people love to, I know we hate that Peggy hates Karen and everything, but this is hard for her too. So this is probably a lot for her. And I've never been in a situation like this before, but I remember having to walk into my mom's wake. I hadn't seen her deceased body yet. It was a lot for me. And I liken that this is very hard for her because her son is gone. Right? And in her mind, Karen is guilty. So today, in her mind, the person responsible for her baby not being here may walk. So I understand how hard that could be. Thank you, Jaleesa. Jaleesa, I'm not about to cry. Not yet, at least. Mel, don't start no damn crying. Karen is almost free. I'm going to tell y'all now, if Karen walks out of this, baby, I might scream. It's been a long time coming. It's been a long time coming for Karen, and I pray she walks off from all of this. Krona, thank you. She gifted 5 Millionaire Male memberships. Krona, thank you. Thank you. She said, always sad. We are not sad. They're going to be tears of joy. Okay? I didn't think we were getting a verdict today. When I put my clothes on today, I was like, they may not have a verdict today. Once we got to like lunch, I was like, no. I'm sorry, Mel. Peggy needs to follow the signs. Even Stevie Wonder can see this is corruption. You are absolutely true. That's true. God damn it. Hold up. That's true. Y'all is cutting up in this chat today. Thank you, Missy. Missy said free Karen till it's backwards. Okay, Missy. Thank you. Sarah, thank you so much for gifting 5 Millionaire Male memberships. And y'all know the drill. Just because it's verdict day doesn't mean we stop this. If you get a membership from Sarah, please say thank you, even if it's another live. Make sure you tell her thank you. Thank you. Mama T, she said so grateful for you. And I am grateful for you, Mama T. Thank you so much for being here. Thank everyone for being here today because it's been a long ride. Brashana, the chat is going crazy, friend. Somebody just told me the lawyer has 20,000 people over there. I said, child, y'all know that I'm going to have to go to therapy and work on this. One of the things I love most is being able to talk to you guys, right? Look at the chat. But baby, 20,000 people? How do you get to talk to everybody? Right? I may not see every one of y'all posts, but I'm going to see one of them throughout the chat. 20,000 people? Oh, hell. 20, child, I'd be so stressed on that damn live. Luckily, it's 500 of you guys in here right now. And hell, I'm trying to keep up right now. Thank you, Shay, for becoming a member. I appreciate it. As said, the gang is ganging right now. Love this for us. Y'all know when they put RCG, that means Rich Chat Gang. That's what they say about the chat, okay? Keep up. Thank you so much, Shay, for becoming a new member. Hey, Danielle. Oh, Lord Jesus. This is a lot, y'all. This is a lot. Hold up. I've got to be missing. What time is it right now? It's 2:59. I think my chat is behind. Whoo, they got us. So y'all listen, the little hair I got gonna fall out. I just colored it. So y'all know I hadn't done my second treatment. My hair's it's probably a little shaky right now. And it's gonna fall out trying to keep up with this chat. Answer the phone. Who calling me? Somebody call me? Oh, they back.
You are unmuted.
Oh, Miss J called me. Look at Dale. Okay.
The deliberating jurors remain standing. Defendant remains standing. All other parties may be seated.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates are present.
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict? Yes. Thank you. May I see the papers? Mr. Foreman, have the verdicts been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since?
My heart beat like I'm up there. I'm not up there. Damn, no hate.
Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree? Yes. Do all of you agree? Yes. Thank you. 002, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
Yes!
Is not guilty or guilty of that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct?
Yes.
So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Guilty.
So say you all?
Yes.
003, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Is the defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
Oh, that shit for a DUI!
Everybody please be seated. Jurors, we thank you for your service. We're going to send you back. Your service is complete. I'd like to come back and talk to you for a little bit afterwards. So thank you very much.
All rise.
Oh, they made her guilty of the OUI, y'all. Did I hear that right? Did I hear that right? Did I hear that right, y'all? She's guilty of the OUI. Just the OUI. Man, they spent all that money for a freaking OUI.
Karen Reed?
Not
yet.
Tony,
Hold
not yet.
on, everyone. Karen Reed. Ms. Reed, can I have your attention? As required by statute, I must inform you that the records regarding the charges that you have been found not guilty will be sealed by the Commissioner of Probation by the court unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want these records sealed. To request that these records not be sealed, you may use the Request Not to Seal form, which is posted on the trial court's website on mass.gov. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must submit it to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. Please be aware that if the records regarding the charges which you have been found not guilty are sealed, you will be unable to access the sealed record of the not guilty dispositions or any other records regarding those charges. If you want copies of any documents regarding those charges before the records are sealed, you should request copies from the court within 10 days. Do you understand? Thank you.
All right, so we need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
We would be prepared to go forward today.
Okay. Okay.
It's just like, and I hate to be on here crying. I'm just so, I don't know why they found her guilty of the OUI. Don't know why we went there. But when I tell you she can never be tried again for second degree or manslaughter, baby, I'm going to take it. If she needs to appeal the OUI.
All right, so Ms. Giannetti, you ready to go forward today as well?
Yes, please.
Hey, Mr. Brennan, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves for sentencing. We recommend probation, 1 year, 24D program.
So the standard that everybody else gets on their first time OUI?
Standard, y'all.
Okay.
The standard.
So I'm happy to do it. All right. Thank you all.
1 year probation, 1 year probation on docket number 002, the lesser included offense of operating under the influence. 1 year probation. Thank you. The 24D program. Thank you.
All right.
Goodbye.
Oh! Baby Barch over here looking at me like I'm a damn fool. She is free. God, my God. My God, she is free. Thank you for the super chat. She is free. I can live with the OUI. She was definitely driving drunk. They can't prove the lady was drunk, but she was driving under the influence of liquor. If we look at that way, I can live with that. She can live with it. She got 1 year probation. Karen ain't gonna violate that probation. Karen can put this shit behind her. And y'all, we talked about this earlier. The OUI. We talked about this earlier. When it came to the OUI, we said maybe they thought they needed to give them an out. Give that jury something. Give that jury something they could live with. They can live with that OUI. A year of probation. We love you, Karen Denise Reed. They can live with the OUI. We don't know if she was drunk, but she was driving under the influence. She said it. She probably messed herself up with everything. But 1 year probation, Karen is free. Let me see if Lauren Crime. They probably, y'all, not Lauren Crime. What's the other people? Y'all, I'm going, baby, let me get, I'm trying to put Court TV. I got Court TV up too, because I want to see when she gets out. That girl gets to go home. She gets to go home. They said she was drinking and driving. Okay, justice gone. But we will never know. Hank mad as hell, but I'm going to say this. Hank didn't try to bullshit her when it came. He didn't try to bullshit her when it came to her sentencing. He gave her the normal that they give any other defendant. Thank you, Missy. How do you get it done? Listen, Campbell. Listen, it's backwards now. Karen free. Karen is free. Damn it, I wish I was out there in Denham, okay? Let me see if Court TV is outside, y'all. I'm checking to see who's outside so that we can, I know she's going to be doing interviews. This shit is finally over. Denise, y'all help me get through this, okay? Y'all help me. Let's go. That's right. I need that.
What TVU is hit? Oh, he's the podium. Okay.
I was still in the chat. I was still in the chat. Man, they were cool.
You charge it for a while. And you just start shooting, and the next thing you know, you're like, low battery? Fuck, not now. That shit was incredible.
That's crazy.
It's crazy.
Ooh, Jayla, damn.
Oh yeah. Well, let me know how you get there, because I need to bagel shop down the street. Something that's I have video I don't know. I have. Yeah, I know. I don't know if they want that, but I don't know. I think it's good. Oh, sorry. Hey, yo, Pedro, you think this is funny? Yeah, she has. Go home, you loser! Nobody wants you. Okay. Are you good if I use the same caption?
Let me see if she answered, because I know. We done, friend. It's over. You spent all this money for a DUI? 1 year in probation. They could have gave her that. They could have played her out to that. And some blue paint. They could have played her out for that. But that's the only thing you can say is that everybody that was there was drunk drivers. So I want to see some more OUIs. We just said that. I said, but you know, everybody should have got one. Y'all, let me look. Everybody should have got it. I think she will with it. She gets to walk home. She gets to go home, and this is behind her. You can never see him again in that manner. Don't Don't even say my name. Don't even say my name in this thing.
Where's the rap party? She have a party?
Man, we gotta have a TikTok party because we need some music. I'm about to order some liquor to the house.
You're gonna be on channel 2.
We got to see some liquor. I'm about to see some liquor to the house. We gotta have liquor. We gotta have liquor.
Now we gotta see. Yeah. We're having a party. We're not joking.
Morrissey resign! 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 Oh, Morrissey resign! Morrissey resign! Morrissey resign! Morrissey resign! Yo, that is so much thing, y'all! I'm just so happy for y'all. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Oh, I'm so happy that Karen is done with this crap. Now, Karen, please stop going live on with the lawyers and tell us what was really going on at the sidebar. I need a tell-all friend. Wow. Yo, this is crazy. They said, Vanessa said, Hulu about to drop the rest of the story, baby, and I hope she go in. Talk about that.
Johnny, get back to the island.
Yes, let's talk about it. She can talk about it now, baby. But no, please tell me what happened at Brian Higgins' house that made you say I'll never go back again. What'd he do? Tell me though. I don't want to think about it. Tell me. Walk me through it. Walk me through it. Listen, this is crazy. Wow. Hank said, because Hank is on the first flight out of it. Hank said, let's do it right now. John's family possibly felt like they kind of knew where it was going. They kind of knew where it was going, so if they weren't in the courtroom, that's why. They knew where this was going. Now Peggy needs to go home, reevaluate some things, and she needs to ask them to go find who hurt her son. She needs to ask them to find who hurt her son. What? Listen, I might get some Duque. Aaron, pretty. Tell me a nice little drink. Let me order these. I need a cute little cocktail tonight. I need a cute cocktail. I'm going to have to go to the liquor store. I need a cute cocktail. They think, no, Karen has been in them people's face all this time. Ain't no way she went out of bed. Ain't no way. Karen's been addressing them before coming in court, leaving court all this time. Ain't no way she went out this day. No, it ain't no way. Ain't no way she went out no day. Well, I need, so what time is good for you? need to go to this. I'm gonna go because I'm gonna have Pretty send me a drink mate. So I'm gonna go buy the ingredients. I'm gonna go instead of DoorDash shit. That's all I need. So I guess whenever they do the interviews and whenever all of that, then let me go right then and then watching it. Yeah, that'll work for me. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, here we go. Tails, I saw my aunt has one, but I heard it doesn't do like real liquor or something. I think that's what it doesn't do real. Ooh, I can get some done, Ash. Let me see if there's errors on this. I'm gonna use done pretty. I'll get some done, Julio.
Maybe I'll just shut my camera off then.
You're too damn funny for me. Oh my, y'all. I'm not drinking White Claws, okay? Taste it. Do a vodka soda or whatever Kim was drinking at the waterfall. No. What I say, Don Julio? Make you pick some Julio? Hey. Yo, we gonna get it poppin'. They're out there cutting up. Do y'all hear them? And it sounds like one person. What the hell has she been drinking? Man, yes. Somebody is singing. And it sounds like one person. Jay, we having a party over on TikTok. We're going to have a party over on TikTok. I prefer you too, but I can't see music. Richie, what I say, she needs to come outside like Dr. Love.
I'd rather get them because I'm not going to do anything with it. It'll be available, right? I'll just be struggling here for us again. I don't know how long this stuff is better. I'll get into that.
I can't believe we went through all of this for an OUI. I can't believe we went through all of this. They playing beef on the ground. They keep getting hit. God bless America. You know I can't do emojis. Could you put a couple tomatoes in the chat for me? Why are we singing God bless America? The people just out there singing in the dance. Thank you, Jasmine. God bless America. No, they have spent millions of dollars for a woman who drove them. Wow, y'all, millions of dollars for a woman who drove them.
So I haven't gotten to my car.
Wow. Of course, AJ has to give us some. There y'all go. I know that's right. Now they cook. Go Beverly. Go home. the after party at the waterfall. Please don't go to the waterfall. Please don't go to the waterfall. Girl, I wonder who's leading the chants. I want to know who's leading the chant. Oh my. Guinness is leading. I need to send him some recommendations. That's right. Justice for John. 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 Please always remember that we want justice for John. This might be the real drama right here. Don't be quiet. Y'all check FBI. I know Bev in her office just clustering. Get them out of here. They done got Boresty, Bev, Ken. Now calling for the FBI. Baby Jen has to be watching this in terror. Terror. Jen, Warren, Higgins, Proctor. Baby, they got to be watching this in absolute terror. Justice for Sanders. I know that's right. What you say? Listen, that's what it's giving. If I'm Jen, If I'm Jen, oh, I'm scared. I'm scared right now. They were so sure Karen was gone. What did Marissa say? Marissa, they were going to try her over and over again, baby. God said not on my watch. No, not on my watch. Listen. They talking about where is Chloe. Kaylin, not they talking about where is Chloe. Where is Chloe? Chloe's going to doggy heaven. They said Jen and Cuba. Yes, which one's the kid? Which chat from Jen? Y'all, they in this chat. That's hilarious. Some people said, where is Chloe? Oh, this is wow. This is crazy, y'all. We are finally at not guilty. She got charged for the OUI for 0.8% more. I wish they would have just really listened, but I can take it. I can take it. I can take it. She was driving under the influence. Wow. That lady gets to go home. Baby, she's going to be on every network you can think of. Baby, Karen is about to make that $6 million in a year. Do you hear me? Netflix special. Lifetime. Interviews. Karen's about to make that $6 million within the next year. A book deal. Man, that lady is about to be good. Karen is going to be paid after this. And Ash, now I wonder what can she do as far as if she want to just say forget it, because she has her civil case against John and his family and all of that. They don't know who killed John. I really want to know what happened. I hope she talks about Karen. Please, man. Please. Well, she's got that DUI. Her license, I think they said, has been suspended. She can't. Princess, they're going to be out there all night. Lexi Higgins is somewhere under a bed. I wonder. Listen, Ash, that's what she's about to do, get paid. Karen is probably about to make, she'll make everything back. She will make everything back, and I'm happy. She'll make everything back. Serena, I just wish someone from inside of 34 shared me. Tell us what happened. Just tell us what happened. I sure can't wait to see what that anti-Karen Reed live is looking like tonight. They say Karen is coming out. I got Court TV pulled up too. Baby, Court TV's chat is going crazy. Girl, y'all. Y'all, let me show y'all Court TV chat. And I hope this explains. Oh, wait a minute. There she go. Because they screaming. There she go. I'm going to put it back. There she is. Oh! Yes, Ellen! Yes, Ellen! Yes! Look at Alexi! I know that's Alexi!
This case is over. No, I mean, what is the larger issue with that? What does this say?
Alan said y'all opening this.
I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it to Karen. Karen, her dad. Her dad has a comment. Let her dad make a comment. Mr. RP, what does this say? I want to acknowledge the strength of our daughter Karen, the support of the entire Reed extended family. I want to acknowledge the greatest team of attorneys. Our first one that we follow is David Giannetti. We added Alan Jackson and Liza Little. Bob Alessi, you know about. All right. It was a fantastic team, but we needed them all to defeat this. We thank everybody for their support from our heart. We love you all of the content providers who help spread the word.
Who said content providers?
The investigation video.
Dang, AJ shut him down. Okay, y'all, let me pull up. I want to pull up Court TV. They had a closer camera. See if we can go back from when she walked out. Okay, y'all. So this is the Karen part. So we'll watch this first, and then I'll go back to her father.
Means justice for John.
It's a fevered pitch here outside the courthouse.
Okay, there we go. You did get daddy. Look at your daddy.
The Celtics won the NBA title last year. On Friday last year, they had the parade. Now, a whole different ball.
As I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters who have supported me and my team financially and, more importantly, emotionally for almost 4 years. And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have and my team. Thank you.
So do you want to see it reopened? Karen, you want to see the case reopened? Give a message. Should the case be reopened? No, the case cannot be reopened. Alan, this case is over. No, I mean,
AJ said hell no.
what does this say? I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it to Karen. And her dad. Her dad has a comment. Let her dad make the comment.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. I want to acknowledge the strength of our daughter Karen, the support of the entire Reed extended family. I want to acknowledge the greatest team of attorneys. Our first one that we found was David Giannetti. We added Alan Jackson and Liza Little. Bob Alessi, you know about. All right. It was a fantastic team, but we needed them all.
Indeed, they were wonderful.
Everybody for their support from the heart. We love you all of the content providers who help spread the word. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
The investigation.
Let's do this.
Wow.
Karen, what is life like going to be for you now? Karen.
Here we gotta save them answers for that million.
Karen,
the content provider, you heard him, Gypsy girl.
How do you feel?
Yes, the content providers.
What is life going to be? Karen, how do you feel? Let's get her in the car.
Wow, I'm so happy for her.
Hey, you okay?
I am a content provider.
We knew you were here. He was here early. I don't know
Unbelievable moment. Unbelievable moment. The swarm of pink is now moving from the front of the courthouse down towards the SUVs as Karen Reed and her defense team settle into this moment. Settle into an unusual moment in our system of criminal justice. A not guilty verdict in a murder trial. It doesn't happen often, folks. It really doesn't. When you accuse prosecutors and law enforcement of a conspiracy, it is rare that a jury believes that is reasonable. It just happened in this case. It was about trying to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt and a jury finding reasonable doubt in every criminal charge that mattered in this case. Operating under the influence is the only one that they found her guilty of. Matt Johnson on the street as well. Matt.
Bringing this to the forefront.
Yes, I can tell you that we just got a comment from Mr. Reed. He's making his way to his SUV as they're all making their way out of this situation after the verdict. And he was saying that he was thankful to all the supporters and thankful to the media for drawing attention to this case.
Oh, the movie don't
this community for more than 3 years. As for Karen Reed, I was really trying to get a comment for her about what life will be like now that she is no longer a murder defendant. She had no comment. I asked her probably 4 or 5 times. She did not make any comment other than what she said at the podium, really thanking her supporters out here and also thanking all of the media that have been out here and her defense team that have been working on this for the past 3 years. And then she's added to that for this second trial, adding Pro Vice Robert Alessi and also adding a former juror to her team, a lot of interns that were also researching and doing a lot of work behind the scenes from Harvard University. This defendant waving and making the love symbol in sign language as she drives past all of the media and drives out of this courthouse after being. You can see the sea of pink out here, all of these supporters. Many of them were in tears during this process when they were reading the verdict and cheering, and just jubilation from these supporters that always believed that she was innocent. I'll send it back to you.
I know, Debbie.
Unbelievable scene.
I know, Debbie.
Now what happens? What happens next? Right?
Oh, he got the red phone, y'all. He did.
The rush of adrenaline. Unreal. We'll be back. Tonight on Closing Arguments, it's verdict watch in the Karen Reed retrial, and we're live outside the courthouse. We'll be unpacking the pivotal moments as deliberations continue.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Wow.
It's the biggest story that we're covering.
He is the boogeyman.
So many eyes have been.
All right, y'all. So y'all know Miss J and I were going to be on later, but before I get off, I'm going to open up. If anybody has anything you'd like to say, this has been a long ride. I kind of do this. At this point, this is our third trial that we've watched together. So this was a lot calmer than I thought it was going to be. But I appreciate everyone for being here because this has been a ride. Miss Cherie, I'm going to say about 5 Central Standard Time because as soon as I get off, I'm just going to go to the liquor store and then come back. Do I get to eat something different today, y'all? Just wondering. I'm just wondering if, I was going to have a salad. Just wondering if today I can go get Dave's hot chicken. Just wondering. I'm thinking we should be back on about 5:30 Eastern Standard Time. I literally am just going to the liquor store. I'm not going to go to Dave's hot chicken. It's a little further. But yes. Damn, why are y'all saying no? Dang. We are. So yeah, I'm gonna say 5:30 Eastern Standard Time. Just like I said, she's just gonna let me go to the store and then come back. And I don't want to DoorDash because Pretty's gonna give me a recipe for something. Oh, she sent me a recipe. So she sent me a recipe for something. So I'm going to go to the liquor store, get it, and then come back. Okay, damn it, y'all. Cool. I am going to have my salad. India, today was going to be our first day, but we do have a verdict today. We got our verdict today. So I'll get with Erica. I'll ask her what we're going to do. But yes, I appreciate you guys so much. I don't want to let this rap Diddy. I'm going to just have a salad. Mariah made some little chicken wraps. I'm just going to have, I could make my quesadillas early. I could do that too. I could do that too. I don't know. I'm just gonna have the salad. I'm just gonna have the salad. I'm not gonna have the Dave's hot chicken. Ooh, baby, Pretty sent me 3 drinks. She sent me 3 drinks. Okay. Thank you. See, when you got your own personal bartender, and they sound so cute. Okay, y'all. So she said, do you want to be a size 4 or not? Key, after squeezing in this little dress, I felt like yeah, what movie was that? It may have been Baby Boy. When they were like, squeeze my little ass in this. That's what I felt like getting in this dress today. So I do want to be the size 4. I do want to be the size 4. Y'all, and if y'all not following her, she does Sip Slow Sundays on her TikTok. So I'm gonna post them and then I'm gonna tag her. Well, let me make sure she cool. Pretty, you cool with me posting them? Because I don't know if this might be something special. This might be something special. Miss Cherie, no, but we'll talk about that this week. We will talk about that this week. She hasn't responded yet, but if she gives me the okay, I'm going to post them in here and go follow. It's going to be on TikTok because we're going to be playing music. Let me show y'all. Let me get y'all her. Let me send y'all. Let me find her TikTok. She does Sip Slow Sundays. Go follow. Okay, I can't post, y'all. Go follow my girl TikTok. And she's got some really cute drinks that she posts. Yes, go follow her TikTok. She is posting them and they are some really cute drinks. I think the one she sent me is actually from one of the Sip Slow Sundays. But yes, go look at them on TikTok. It's at least four drinks on there that you could choose. Okay. So since nobody came up, I'm going to get off of here, run to the liquor store, go get my drinks. And I'm thinking, let me call T real quick so that y'all know, y'all have a time for sure. What time we are going to be on. And y'all go to my story and then help me see which dress I'm gonna wear to my reunion. Thank you, Aaron. What time do you want to get back on?
How much time do you need to get to the store?
I just need about an hour. And it don't take me an hour to get to the store, but let me go get my drink, make them, and I'll be ready. I don't need that long.
Okay, that's perfect, because I'm about to hop in the shower right now and get my stuff done. So about an hour and a half, I'll be good.
Perfect. Okay. All right. So do you want to just do 6? Or you think 5? Oh, it's going to be 4. 5:30? 5:30 or 6? Which one?
Even better.
6. We'll do 6 then. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay, y'all. 6. She said 6. So I'm going to post on my story. My dresses are here. They just told me. And y'all tell me which one look good for. It's a gala. So just tell me which one looks cute. I got 2 dresses. So help me pick it out. Okay. I'm not doing no makeup, Key. And I'm changing clothes, okay? I need to go put on my twerking leggings just in case, I feel a little, I need to go do that. So yes, go follow her. Bring your drinks, y'all. It's a special. We probably aren't gonna have wine down on Friday. I'll be in Memphis, and then we got the verdict today. But I'll ask Miss J to confirm that. So come today, y'all. It's gonna be a good time. It's a celebration, and y'all know how we do. Shot o'clock. Go to Pretty's page. We're going on TikTok. We'll be on TikTok because we need to play some music. Okay. We will be on TikTok. We need to play music. Well, I need to play music. Okay. And I'll probably be on there a little bit after we stop just talking and kicking shit or whatever. So yes. Thank you guys so much. Shout out to all of my mods that have helped me through this trial. Y'all know I added some extra mods because of the Karen Reed trial. So I'll probably go back to my original set of mods just to keep down some of the confusion with slow in the chat, bring it back up and all of that. So I'll be back. But thank y'all for throughout this whole time. All of the super chats today, man, for liking the live. I got over 500 likes today. I appreciate you guys so much. Y'all go get ready for tonight. Go if y'all want to go into some other lives. I think the Lord is still live. Yeah, special shout out to Forrest. Forrest was keeping us up on the T on everything. But thank you guys. Thank y'all so much. I can't thank y'all enough. And y'all will probably hear me crying tonight because I'm going to be drinking. Thanking y'all again because I appreciate every last one of you guys. I don't know what trial we're going to watch next, Black Sheep. So I'm sure this week we'll figure it out. I like to do it with all of us. Sometimes we'll just talk about it in the live what we're going to watch. So we'll just probably come together and figure out what our next trial is going to be. But thank you guys. 6 o'clock TikTok. I'll be live. Miss J will be live. Okay. And we'll talk about this trial. It's a special edition of Wind Down, guys. See y'all later. We're not watching Elmore Friends. I appreciate it. Thank you, Sarah. I'll see y'all at 6. Bye-bye.